Sure. The right microphone here. Hey, we got lots of people today. That's great.
Whenever you're ready, let me know. Just let me know when you're ready. Just let me know when you guys are ready.
Hi. You have two late starters from me. Hopefully, 2 motions.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Councillor Mark Grimes. I'm the chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd now like to call meeting number 33 to order. Today's meeting is being held by I lost my mic. Today's meeting is held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at the Etobicoke Civic Centre and in council chamber. The Etobicoke Civic Centre is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in council chamber today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streaming online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk staff have connected the remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Etobicoke York Community Council page toronto.ca/cancel and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available for members of the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands and unmute their mic, and if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting. I want you to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at etcc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we're meeting in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It is now home to many the diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on May 27th, 2022. Moved by Deputy Mayor Holliday. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We can now go through the items. And just before we go through the items, I will ask for everyone's patience. As I said at the top, we've got a very busy, this is the last meeting before the break, and very busy day today. So clerks are extremely busy, and we'll try and do the best we can. Okay, our first item, 33.1, 36 and 38 Fieldway Road, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have speakers at 9:30. 33.2, 63 and 73 Winscombe Hill Boulevard, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have speakers at 9:30. 33.3, 801 the Queensway, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. Deputy Mayor Holliday, can you move the staff recommendations for me, please?
I move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, I have a motion on that? I'm sorry. See, there's one right there.
In that case, I won't move them.
Motion to open, reconsider. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. I have a motion, or if you can put it on the screen. Deputy Mayor Holliday, can you move that for me?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 33.4, 900 to 940, the East Mall official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, final report. Councillor Ford, we have speakers at 9:30. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Holliday. 33.5, 1956, 1986 Weston Road and 1 to 5 Little Avenue official plan zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application, final report. We have speakers at 9:45. Alteration to heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 1974 to 1960 Weston Road, 1984, 1986 Weston Road, and 3 to 5 Little Avenue in Ward 5, which is Councillor Prut, so we're going to hold that down.
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you, I'm sorry.
Bye.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I'll just hold that down with the other item. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order before you continue.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, our management system here in front of me, the electronic one, indicates 33.2, which is 63 and 73 Winscombe Hill Boulevard, was adopted. Now, I think that was part of the confusion around 801 the Queensway, so
33.2 is being held down for speakers.
thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, can you turn the volume up, guys? How's that? That better?
It's marked electronically here that it's been amended, but I think it was a typo.
It's being held down for
It's still being held to go.
2. As you showed them, we've held it down for speakers. 33.7, 3 Marsh Grassway 7 and 11 Blue Grassway, 1, 2, 8 Dunn Grassway, 4 and 17 Kane Grassway, 5, 10 and 40 Turf Grassway, 2 to 14 and 22 to 36 Needle Furway, And 5, Needle Fairway, zoning bylaw application and draft plan of subdivision application, final report. I will hold that down in Council Prutz's name. 33-8, 337 to 349 Queens Drive, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. Councilor Nunziata.
Right.
Nope.
Okay.
9:45, we'll hold that
Okay.
down, yep. 33-9, 4916 to 4946 Dundas Street West, and 4 to 16 Burmthorpe Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have speakers at 9:45. 3310, 8 to 16 Locust Street, and 15 Oxford Drive, rental housing demolition application, final report. Councilor Nunziata, we have speakers at 9:45. 3311, Mount Dennis Secondary Plan, final report. We have speakers at 10. 3312, 5365 Dundas Street West, application to lift the holding provisions H on Phase 3, final report. In Ward 3, Deputy Mayor Holliday, can you move this, do we have anything on that, Nancy? Very good. Deputy Mayor Holliday, can you move that on my behalf?
Sorry,
Number
Mr.
12?
Chair, could you just repeat number 12?
Yes.
All right, 5365 Dundas Street West, application to lift the holding provision on Phase 3. Move staff recommendations.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3313, 1325, 1365 The Queensway, zoning bylaw amendment application, request for direction. We have nothing on that, right? Deputy Mayor Holliday, do you mind moving that on my behalf?
Yes, of course. Mr. Chair, I move the staff recommendations.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3314, 15, 19, 21, and 23 Tor York Drive, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw application, amendment and draft plan of subdivision application, request for direction report. And that's Councilor Perruzza. This is Ward 7. That's right? Perruzza, yeah, hold for Perruzza. 3315, 2939, 2943 Bloor Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application, request for direction. Deputy Mayor Holliday, what do you think on that? Nancy, on 15? Your speakers on 15? Yep. Yep. 3316, 5238 Dundas Street West and 28 Jopling Avenue South, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Request for direction report. No amendment on that, correct? Deputy Mayor Holliday, move that on my behalf, please.
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 3317, 2111 Finch Avenue West, requests to enter into an agreement under Section 47, 4.3 of the Planning Act. That's Councilor Perruzza will hold that down. Yes, he will be here. 3318, 301 Dixon Road, zoning bylaw amendment application in Ward 2. Anyone move that?
Mr. Chair, I move the staff recommendations, please.
Deputy Mayor Holliday is moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3319, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 83 Foxwell Street. We have speakers at 11 o'clock. 3320, request for offense exemption, 15 Van Dusen Boulevard. That's in my ward. We have no speakers. We have speakers on 11. Through 20. I don't see. No speakers, right? I'm going to hold that down. I'll hold that down. Yeah. I have the list. Yeah. 3321, request for fence exemption, 17 Van Dusen Boulevard. That's in my ward. I'll hold that down. 3322, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447104, Meadowbank Road in Ward 2. We have to hold that down to 11. 3323, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Chapter 447191, Gamma Street. We'll hold that down. 3324, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447-51 Edge Hill Road. We have speakers. 3325, request for fence exemption to be the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 4477 Colchester Court, we have to hold that down to 11. Request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 44795, Great Oak Drive, we have speakers. 3327, application of a private tree for Hamlin Crescent, we have speakers. 3328, application of four private trees, 50 St. Philip Road, Ward 1, we have speakers. 3329, naming of a proposed private westerly extension of Thomas Riley Road for development at 5415 to 5481 to 5485 to 5487, Dundas Street West, and 15-25 Shorncliffe Road. You can move that on my behalf, Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd love to move that.
All in favor?
Yep.
Opposed?
And acknowledge Mr. Riley. I remember meeting him, and Mr. Riley has had a hand in all the parks around us in Etobicoke.
Very good. All before our time except for Councilor Nunziata. Nothing. I'm speaking. 3331, permanent closure of a portion of Murray Ross Parkway abutting 5 Shoreham Drive, Ward 7. We'll hold that down. We passed 29? I missed it. Oh, there's 30. I missed the bottom page. 3330, permanent closure of a portion of Adele Avenue. We'll hold that down. And 3331, permanent closure of a portion of Murray Ross Parkway abutting 5 Shoreham Drive in Ward 7. We'll hold that down for Councilor Perruzza. 3332, permanent closure of a portion of the untraveled laneway at the rear of 127 King Street. Councilor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 3333, school bus loading zone, Cornelius Parkway. Councilor Nunziata.
Move the staff recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 3334, Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, speed limit reduction to 30K on local roads and public lanes, Eatonville neighborhood area in Ward 2. Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd love to move the staff recommendations, and with that, my thanks to staff. This was a lot of work, and it is very much appreciated by the community in putting this together since the last council meeting. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Holiday is moving the staff recommendations with thanks to staff. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3335, traffic calming Centennial Park Road between Centennial Park Gate to the north and Centennial Park Road. Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I'll move the staff recommendations and thank staff for making this work. This is an unusual spot where it's a city street and not a park road, so it has to come before us in this format as a report. I urge you to support the staff recommendations.
Deputy Mayor Holiday is moving the staff recs with thanks to staff. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3336, traffic calming Simpson Avenue in Mimico. Deputy Mayor Holiday, can you move the staff recs on my behalf?
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. You okay, Nance? Yep. Accessible parking space, Manitoba Street. Deputy Mayor Holiday, can you move the staff recs on my behalf?
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Construction staging, 24 Cordova Avenue and 60 Central Park Roadway. Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Parking amendments, Bloomington Crescent. We'll hold that down. Councilor Perruzza. 3340, parking amendments, 43rd Street. Deputy Mayor Holiday, can you move the staff recs on my behalf?
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3341, parking amendments for Morgan Avenue and Penhurst Avenue in my ward. Deputy Mayor Holiday, can you move the staff recs on my behalf?
Move staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3342, parking amendments, Rivercrest Junior Public School, Katrine Road, Barfield Road, and Harefield Drive in Ward 1. Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Mayor moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3343, parking amendments to the Queensway between Roy York Road and Holbrook Avenue in my ward. Deputy Mayor Holiday, can you move them on my behalf?
Move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3344, parking amendments, Yates Castle Drive in Ward 7. That's Councillor Prutz. We'll hold that down. 3345, designation of fire routes and amendment to the Chapter 880 Fire Routes 120 Subway Crescent in my ward. Deputy Mayor Holiday.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Deputy Mayor Holiday moves the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Improving safety, enhancing the public realm in Long Branch. Deputy Mayor Holiday on my behalf.
Move the staff recommendation, the recommendations. I think that was a letter from you.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. This is the one, Deputy Mayor Holiday. So 3347, application to remove a private tree at 3 Sonoma Way.
So on a point of order, Mr. Chair, maybe the clerk can give us guidance. Are we entitled to defer this matter till the next Etobicoke York Community Council meeting, as there is no councillor to represent Ward 1, or do we have to process it today?
You may choose to defer to the November 28th meeting, if that's your will.
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor is moving deferral to next day in order to get a councillor in place to represent the applicant. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3348, all-way stop control and parking amendments to Yvonne Avenue and Lonely Avenue. We'll hold that down for Councillor Peruzza. Okay, we have to, for what numbers, Jancy? From 48? Okay, I need a motion to add motions 3348 to 3354, moved by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor, opposed, carried. So we just. Okay, 18, yeah. I need a motion to reopen 3318 301 Dixon Road. Someone just registered to speak.
That's mine, so I'll
Deputy
I'll
Mayor
place the
Holly's
motion.
moving to reopen, to reconsider, to allow the speaker. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, you good? Okay, moving right along. 36 and 36 and 38 Fieldway zoning bylaw application, final report. We have a number of speakers. Our first speaker, number 1, is Calvin Lance. Mr. Lance, are you on the line? Mr. Lance? I think I see him. Can you hear us, Mr. Lance?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning, welcome. I think you know the routine. You have 5 minutes, my friend.
Great, thank you very much. Name's Calvin Lance. I'm representing the applicant in this matter. I want to begin by just saying thank you to staff and the councillor's office for working through this application. We're pleased that we have a positive staff report. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I'm going to hand it over to our planner.
Mr. Lance, can you just hold on 1 second? I'll just stop your time. Just wanted to get you turned up here in the chamber so we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay.
Mr. Lance, continue.
Yes, I would like to thank staff and council for preparing and working with us through this report. We've received a positive report and we wish to thank everyone. We have our architect and our planner here to speak, and what I'd like to do is hand it over to them for a brief presentation. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have them on the line? I don't know if they're registered. Are they registered?
Yes, they are. The first one is Andrew Dales.
Okay. Mr. Dales, you there?
I am.
Welcome. Good morning. You have 5
Thank you.
minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm just going to bring up our presentation. There we go. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so again, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Andrew Dales of Dales Consulting. I'm working in association with Goldberg Group on the proposed development at 36 and 38 Fieldway Road. I'll start by stating that I'm proud of the collaborative and productive planning process we've engaged in with both city staff and the community on this project. The result of these collaborative efforts will be a well-designed and attractive 10-story, 131-unit mid-rise building that will fit well within its existing and planned built form context.
Stephen.
It will also provide excellent quality housing in a compact form, precisely where both the province and the city required mixed-use growth to occur. 36 to 38 Fieldway Road lies within Etobicoke Centre, which is designated in the growth plan as an urban growth center. The property also lies within an area that the Planning and Housing Committee adopted as a protected major transit station area in draft OPA 570 on March 25th, 2022, as it is nearby to both the Islington and Kipling subway stations. These growth plan designations put the site within a strategic growth area where the province requires significant intensification in a compact transit supportive form to occur. So in terms of the city's official plan, Etobicoke Centre is one of the 4 designated centers on the city's urban structure plan and is designated as mixed-use areas on the city's land use plan. The proposed building has been designed in a way that is consistent with the requirements for development in mixed-use areas. One of these requirements, of course, is that new buildings must be located and massed to provide a reasonable transition in scale from low-rise neighborhoods. In this case, the proposed building fits entirely within a 45-degree angular plane that is taken from the neighborhoods to the south. And this demonstrates that we've achieved the required transition in scale from the neighborhoods designation
Mr.
to
Dales,
higher density forms.
Mr. Dales, can I put you on pause?
North.
Mr. Dales, can I put you on pause for
Sure.
1 second? Are you supposed to be
Sure.
going through your agenda? Because it's not rolling through, if that's what your intention is.
No, the architect, I'm just gonna have the covering sheet up and the architect.
That's all we have. Okay.
Slides.
Sorry, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So again, we've demonstrated through this 45-degree angular plane that we've met the required transition in scale from the neighborhoods designation. I'll note that our team has made several significant design revisions to address the comments we've received from staff and the feedback we received in the community consultation meeting. We've reviewed the letter sent to this committee from 2 of the townhouse owners to the east. I would like to assure these neighbors that our team and city staff have carefully reviewed the shadow diagrams and wind study. We believe that shadow impacts will be minor and there will not be significant wind impacts from the proposed building on neighboring properties. And I just want to echo what Calvin mentioned in terms of city staff. I want to thank city staff and staff in the other commenting departments as well for their efforts to assist in planning a project that, in my opinion, we should be proud of. I want to thank Daniel Kolominski and of community planning in particular for his diligent efforts to get us to this point. I'll turn it over now to the project architect, Salvatierlo, to provide commentary on the building design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the public who are here joining us, and council, everyone else, councilors. If you can move to the next slide, Mr. Dale, that'd be great. Starting at the far right was a first project that was done by Altera and successfully completed. We were involved in the next building on the right-hand side. And subsequently, the townhouses have been built, and the mass on the left, the yellow mass, is the site that we are discussing now. And the drawing below is a section along the street looking northbound.
Hi, my name is Isabel Mello, and I am a Portuguese interpreter. I am supposed to call this Mr. or probation officer Wesley Dopley.
Not sure what's going on.
Wrong.
Hard to hear you.
Wrong court. Sally, you still there?
Yes, I am, but it's been someone else
Yeah, okay.
came in and I did not hear it. It was
Okay,
chopped up, so I apologize.
You can continue.
Okay. So on the bottom of the screen, you'll see the 2 fieldway, 8 fieldway, 32 fieldway, and the proposed development at 36 that indicates the height regime that has been established along the street. 2 fieldway was the existing building and had a few stories added onto it. 8 fieldway, it meets within the angular plane that was established along fieldway when we did that project. The townhouses will obviously fit within that, and so does 36 fieldway meet with the angular plane from fieldway, the 45-degree angular plane. Next slide, please, Andrew. Andrew, next slide, please. Sorry. The driveway is to the west of the building, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. Main entrance of the building is in the center of the building. Driveway goes to north towards the rear of the building where the Type G loading bay label is. There's a ramp there that goes underground. There are 3 surface parking spaces for convenience and handicapped people in that area. As you continue further north, there is a backup area for and a transformer vault, but along the side of the building on the north property line where it says Dog Run Pet Relief, you can see there has been put in, and it is accessed from the interior of the building directly out to that area. Along the east side of the building is a well-manicured landscape strip and some amenity spaces that are on the ground floor in that area. There's also been provision made for an outdoor amenity area on the roof at the south side, as you can see, and some terraces below that that will be green roof terraces where possible. That's really the configuration of the site. The underground parking, it contains 99, there's a total of 99 parking spaces. They are all underground, and that is our traffic study indicates that that's adequate. And there are approximately 131 units of different types meeting the city's guidelines in terms of 3-bedroom requirements of 10% and 2-bedroom requirements of 15%. And I think the public and other people are probably more interested in speaking to us. So, Andrew, maybe you can just go to the renderings and give an idea of what we're doing. So the building is in keeping, I guess, with the project to the east in terms of architectural style and materials. So people on the street are very familiar with that. But this gives you a good idea. Top left is looking northwest, more north to the center one on the top, and right on center is true north. You can see the driveway on the left and the townhouses on the right. And other than that, I thank you for allowing me to do the presentation. Thank you for to the planners and everyone else who's reviewed the file and the report, and I'll pass it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputies? Seeing none, questions of staff? I just have a question, Mr. Mizzi. Mr. Mizzi, this is one of the 4 growth areas in the city, correct? And in your mind, is this a reasonable development for this area?
To you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are 4 growth centers in the city. There's North York Center, Scarborough Center, Etobicoke Center, and the downtown. They're, through policies in the official plan, they'll carry a lot of the density and height that will occur at major transit stops in this area. It'd be Kipling and Islington. In terms of the question you ask about, is it a supportable development? Yes, that's our recommendation. We are aware of concerns that have been raised by 1 or 2 of the townhouse owners in terms of separation distance. We feel it's an adequate separation distance, this building from those townhouses. The townhouse windows at the side that faces this proposal are small secondary windows, so it shouldn't be much impact from that point of view. Also, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, this building does meet a 45-degree angular plane from the neighborhood's designated area to the south. So we think it's a very supportable 10-story
And your
building.
signature on this, so you support the recommendations before us.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Mr. Mizzi. Those are my questions. Any further questions? With that, in the best interest of time, I'll move the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 33-2, 63 to 73 Winscombe Hill Boulevard zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have a number of speakers. We have Matthew Schulman from Blousfields. Is Matthew here or online? Online? Mr. Schulman, are you online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm Matt Schuman from McCarthy Tetro, solicitor for the applicant.
Good morning, welcome, and you have 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we want to thank staff and the counselor's office for all their work on this one. This was a 2019 application, and staff has been instrumental in helping us meet with tenants in the community. We've gone through several meetings and revisions, and the approval before you today with a positive staff report is based on staff recommendations. There are, I will share my screen just briefly here. So this is a long-term hold by a family-owned company that is an existing purpose-built rental site. The proposal is to add 2 buildings in open space. There will be a new tower between 2 existing apartment towers, established apartment neighborhood, and a 7-story building fronting on Winscombe Hill Boulevard. This is proposed to be purpose-built rental and a long-term hold. You can see that the new buildings are stepped and separated from the existing. There's a reference to the staff report of an 8 or 9 meter separation distance between amenity spaces in the existing towers on the first floor and the new podium tower. As you can see, once you actually get into those podium floors, that's about a 20 meter separation distance, and then between the actual towers themselves, those are distances of approximately 44 meters. There are existing townhouses to the south. Those are 3-story townhouses, excuse me. And so the new tower there is stepped back from 4 stories, 6 stories, and 7 stories to reach a distance of approximately 18 meters. And on the 7-story building, as I mentioned, those levels have been stepped back and additional green roofs have been added at staff's request. The center tower here is on existing surface parking, so that parking will move underground to connect to the existing garages. The driveway and garage areas are very similar to the existing condition. Shadows are away from the townhouses, primarily to the north, but limited since we do have the school area to the north. There is a construction management plan in process to deal with the ongoing construction in the area, and that will be submitted to the city shortly. I think that just about covers it. Again, the current proposal is to provide 2 and 3 bedroom units in keeping with the city's requirements. I think we're happy to answer any questions today. But I expect Community Council will want to hear from the residents in the area.
Thank you. I have a question. Deputy Mayor Holiday, question?
Mr. Schulman, it's Stephen Holliday, member of council for Ward 2.
Yes.
If I may ask, infill construction projects like this, if approved, are very difficult for the existing residences. May I have your confirmation that you will work with the councillor's office and the local residents and all of the stakeholders, including the schools, to develop a construction management plan that covers all of the details and is an active plan, which means active communication?
Yes, Councillor. So in the staff recommendations before you, among other things, are reference to tenant surveys for improvements to the existing site. Those are based on existing tenant surveys and meetings with tenants. And yes, a construction management plan is in process, and will include ongoing communications with the council's office and stakeholders.
Thank you. And on the same vein, you have to dig up the garage to make this happen and the surface parking lot. And that's going to be really hard. People need to park their cars. There isn't available parking in the area because it's on Eglinton and there's restrictions. And so do I have a commitment from the developer that a reasonable parking plan will be arrived at in order to facilitate this construction?
Yes, that will be, we will be working closely with staff on that.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Janie Zubak. Good morning, Ms. Zubak.
Morning. I live in 73 Winscombe Hill Boulevard. My understanding is your technology
Just lift that microphone right up there.
my understanding, I live in 73 Winscombe Hill Boulevard. I'm a tenant there on the 5th floor, and I face west. The image that was shown earlier by the developer is a June image, meaning in the peak of sunlight, in the peak years when the sun is at its zenith, the longest day of the year. So that's the view you got. You did not get the view of the transitional months of spring and fall, and you certainly didn't get the view of a December shadowing plan. So I just want to make sure people understand that. And I'd also like to just comment quickly on a promise that somebody just made a few minutes ago saying that there will be ongoing communication with existing tenants. Well, we haven't seen any of that for 2 years, so I don't believe your promise. I don't trust you. I don't trust you when you promise you're going to look after our parking, because you haven't even really informed us, many of us, about the meeting. So, promises are sort of like light on the feet, it seems like, regarding this amendment. We saw in the last meeting that we had was just before pandemic lockdown. And at that point, we'd never been warned by elected leaders and medical experts, stay away from people, bubble. And for those of us who lived in our apartments, units, we had not experienced the stress, considerable stress of sharing corridors, sharing elevators, sharing the laundry room, sharing in and out by the mailboxes with neighbors who carried potentially lethal germs. And I heard our Prime Minister and other elected issues say things like, let your kids run around in the backyard. And I thought to myself, are there any elected officials in our government systems, whether municipal, provincial, or federal, that understand that most of you are living a very privileged existence of a private dwelling place where you didn't share anything in your private little bubble? We did. It's been stressful. We don't have a backyard for our kids to run around in. We have a little green space on the west of 73 where we can take our kids. People walk their dogs. We de-stress from living in an enclosed space. And that's where Building A has been proposed. we don't have the privilege of a private backyard or a private garden or a private driveway. And when we park our car, we pile groceries on a cart and cart them down a dusty corridor to an elevator, and then we go up. And there are seniors who I see do that. I don't think there's any possibility of a workable provision for seniors who have already got a long distance to go to carry their groceries each week. And I'm just going to throw it out there because you know where I live. So I just sort of say, are there any counselors who live in multi-unit dwellings who live with 2 windows that face in one direction? I'm just asking. And if they're not, then we're asking you to kind of enter into our world and respect the quality of our life, because we think we live in a pleasant neighborhood. We think we live in a pleasant building. So when you make your decision, try to put yourselves in our shoes, into our car when we park underground and hump our groceries up to the elevator dock and then upstairs. And think about seniors that have to do that, or people that have medical issues and probably weren't here at the meeting today and maybe not have the technology or smarts or support staff to help them make a presentation today. So I'd like you to think about that, please. Because when I looked at the second set of proposal plans, there was no substantial change. Unlike the previous presentation that we just viewed, I saw no substantial change to the amount of density or the massing, or in fact, what I saw was you kind of just transferred, whoever the architect was, transferred density from A to B on the second set of plans. So I'd like to now speak specifically about proposed building A. So I understand your cord is not working, so I brought my computer with me, and the technician, thank you very much, is going to try to. Okay. Can I please show the pictures then to the audience, if I don't speak to them? Well, I'm sorry that you didn't allow more time for this, because this is our lives and very important. I didn't see that in the note that I was given. Was that given to me in the note?
Mike Camissa, not here. Our next speaker, Mary Thompson. Mary Thompson online. Ms. Thompson, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see me.
We can see you and hear you.
You can hear me, so I guess that's the most important thing. I've prepared a statement. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Here I go. My name is Mary Thompson. I am a resident of 73 Winscombe Hill. I am speaking to the committee concerning the request to amend the zoning bylaw regarding the proposed apartment building to be built between 73 and 64 Winscombe Hill Boulevard. I reside on the 9th floor of 73 Winscombe, and my windows and balcony face the southeast. According to the Toronto official plan, which was sent to me, apartment neighborhood, and I quote, apartment neighborhoods may take place where there's sufficient space on the site to accommodate additional buildings. And then it goes on and for several paragraphs, ending with and stating without hardship on the existing tenants. This proposal does not in any way meet the criteria set in the city plan. If the intended structure is built on the only remaining green space between 73 and 64 Widdicombe, my morning sunlight and outlook will be obscured. The space between 73 and 64 is already a wind tunnel and will be made worse if the proposal goes ahead. The wind howls, and it is very difficult for pedestrians walking at ground level passing the two buildings on the sidewalk. I am 83 years old and rely on my balcony and the flowers that I plant as my exposure to and enjoyment of the outdoors. There would not be sufficient sunlight to allow any meaningful lifestyle or planting of my flowers, not to mention the resulting horrific noise and dust that will occur if the plan for this building is approved. Because of Metrolink's construction on Eglinton between Kipling and Martin Grove, Widdicombe has become the route of choice for motorists. This will last for a very long time, as you're aware from observing Metrolink throughout the city. It is already very busy, and increased density will make the situation worse. I cannot imagine how existing outdoor parking for Building 73 would be accommodated if the project goes ahead. Many residents like myself are of an age that current access to their vehicle is of the utmost importance. Interference with their assisted access to the underground parking is a necessity. If it makes a longer route or some complicated measure that the builders have in their plan, I cannot accept it. I'm already have difficulties with my mobility. Street parking on Widdicombe is already at capacity. And with two schools adjacent, the school buses descend in force at opening and closing times, adding to the congestion. There are baseball and soccer facilities in the park across the street, and this adds to traffic and parking congestion on the weekends. The existing apartments and townhouses on Widdicombe have already filled the city block to capacity. This building proposal would destroy the last small green lawn and trees, and I'm speaking, of course, of the tower between the two existing buildings. Would destroy the last small green lawn and trees and turn the property into an overcrowded block of buildings. The proposed disbursement of the owner's $2.2 million does not in any way compensate for the disruption and loss of quality of life currently enjoyed by the residents. I repeat, this proposal does not conform to your own plan, nor does it provide for a good quality of life for existing residents.
Sorry, can you wrap up, please? You're over your 5 minutes. Thank you.
I seem to have lost you.
Yeah,
Are you still there?
Yeah, your time is up, okay?
Okay, I just lost my video. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, your
thanks.
time is up. Thank you. Questions of the deputant?
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sabrina Canho. Sabrina? Online? Sabrina, can you hear us? Is she there? Sabrina, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you unmute?
Apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Again, yes, I can indeed.
Good morning,
again,
welcome.
everyone. I will try to.
Yeah, good morning,
I will
welcome.
try to be brief.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes to speak with this morning. Thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you. I will try not to repeat what's already been said, very impassionately, in all fairness. My name is Sabrina Kano. I've lived in the area for over 15 years. I used to live at 73. I now live at 120 Winscombe Hill, which is across the street, another sister building. My grandparents still live at 73. To me, it is egregiously greedy that you're trying to build not one, but two buildings. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you've actually seen the space, there's no way that fits. We both know there's no way you can accommodate parking. There's already no space. The visitors' parkings are blocked. For the last 6 to 7 years, we've been under terrible conditions for the constructions of the condos on the left side and right side of Winscombe Hill, facing Eglinton. And as Mary just explained, there's now the removal of the reservoir at Martin Grove, being pushed deeper in the field, and 7 years for the new TTC subway. Great, but the parking for the people who do use the recreational municipal land for soccer and baseball and other things has been removed. So they're parking on Winscombe Hill Boulevard, which they shouldn't be. And if you're there past a certain a time, I assure you, Toronto Parking loves issuing tickets, because for the many years while we were building or reconstructing our garage at 120, people had to park on the street or at the visitors parking, which you're going to tear up allegedly, between 63 and 73, and there was nowhere to go. And so if you had to park on the street, you faced a lot of tickets, and the city did not have any plan in place for that. They did not assist us. And so, like the first person said, no, it's pretty much an overt lie that you're going to communicate with residents, because no, you haven't in the past 2 years. And no, you will not accommodate for more parking. There will not be an improved quality of life for any more construction. It seems, I don't understand the need to keep building. Is this really progress when you're removing quality of life? You're not improving the landscape. This is pure unadulterated greed. And furthermore, I would also like to point out that we've had a theft problem in our area. A lot of 73, 120, and 63 have all been hit in the past few months. I'm pretty sure that additional construction is going to make it easier for people to access our buildings. Posing as name a construction worker or someone, and targeting the very elderly population in our buildings, who are very much targeted. I think that's pretty much the gist of what I want to say. I'm very disappointed in the city that for 2 years, even though I have written and asked, and forget about the greenery, every year, every time you've pulled up trees, you said, yes, we will protect the ones that are there. You put this little square around one tree and you forget that the root system is going to dig up everything. The east side of 120, you can see 12 to 20 trees that have literally died because of the construction work in the past years, and they're still there, let alone the numerous amounts of times that the roads were blocked, the traffic was augmented due to construction, and how many times in the years, even after the new condo buildings on either side of Winscombe Hill were being built, the water mains were affected, the water quality was affected. We were without water, without electricity, because something happens. I just do not understand. And it seems, by the way all of you are talking, that this is just already scheduled to roll right ahead. Be damned what the residents think. I would really hope that we are now living in an age, especially after the last 2 years, that most people start to care about their fellow residents, their constituents, fellow citizens, friends, and family. I thank you for your time, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. You have some questions? You have a question from your counselor?
Yep, thank you. Thank you for speaking to us. Could you just elaborate on the point you made about the parking on the street and the construction? I think you were meaning the buildings close to Kipling that are undergoing renovations, and they're parking on the road. Could you just
Well, there was
clarify that?
multiple. So in the last, absolutely, sir. In the last few years, there's been multiple construction projects in the area. The latest that I'm speaking of was the rehabilitation of the underground parking of 120 Winscombe Hill, which took over 3 years, during which time none of the citizens, because all of our buildings we have visitors parking, we have outdoor tenant parking, and we have indoor tenant parking. So it was the indoor tenant parking, but due to the rehabilitation, everything had to be closed down. The indoor parking was removed from tenants. Most of the outdoor, depending on the phase, which quadrant they were fixing, the outdoor tenant parking was off limits. The outdoor visitors parking was converted to outdoor tenant parking. And so visitors, which is all I have, I do not drive. Friends want to come see me. They only had, so they were given the choice of either parking at visitors parking of 63 and 73 across the street, which would fill up very quickly, or on the street. And as Mary explained, during the season when the municipal recreational land is being used for soccer and baseball, parents park down Winscombe Hill. Most of them actually try to park in our parkings, in our visitors parking, because how else are you going to know they're just there for a few hours? Or they park down the street. So there's nowhere else to park. Absolutely none. And if you were there past, I believe, midnight, TO Parking loves to issue tickets. And $35 here increasingly becomes a problem after a few months.
So what's your expectation of the city with respect to parking and accommodating construction?
The reality is I have none. It is absolutely impossible for you to provide parking for the visitors that would use the visitors parking of 6373, let alone the tenant parkings, because you're basically taking away the outdoor tenant parkings of
So
both
what is your
63
ask
and
of the
73.
city? If you can answer the question,
I'm asking
all
not
the
to build.
construction.
I am clearly,
All right,
my
so
dear sir,
you're
asking
avoiding
you
the
not
question.
to build.
Because you've gone on about
Please.
the construction at 120 and the parking on the road. What does that have to do with the city? I understand all of the construction that went on.
Oh, if
but what
this
does that have to
was-
do with
we
the city?
were affected, if this is how we were affected, sir, how do you think it will affect 4 parking lots between 63 and 73?
Right.
How will you honestly accommodate all these people?
Why are you asking the
It
city
can't
to
be done.
accommodate the cars?
Just a second. One second.
It's the
Am
developer
I
that's
high?
building
Are
the
you on
building.
crack? Am I on crack?
Okay, we're done. If there's going to be language like that, I mean, that's at a.
Okay,
Oh, I did not swear, sir. I assure
okay.
you I'm very
Thank
careful
you.
with my
Those are his
language.
questions. Thank you. Any further
You're
speakers?
welcome.
Any further speakers to the item? Deputy Mayor, I've got any further speakers to the item? See none. Questions of staff. Bring it into committee. Questions of staff.
Do we have any other speakers? I think we have one speaker.
I'm sorry. Okay, just 1 second. Do we get? Are you talking on 63 and 70 Winscombe Hill Boulevard? I don't have you on the list. I'm sorry. Okay, just 1 sec. We don't have the register? Oh, okay. Okay, 1 sec. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. So please come up to the mic, and if you could just state your name and your address for our records, and you come up, please. Huh? No, don't need address. Just your name, please. Thank you. If you could just spell it for the clerk.
Thank you, I appreciate this.
Good morning, welcome. And just state your name.
Do I have 5 minutes?
Yeah, just state your name for the clerk so we can have your
My
register.
name is Elaine Rakcheyev, and I am at 73.
Okay, good morning.
Don't let these pages scare you, I'm not going to read it all.
Good morning, welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I had asked for a rendering of what these buildings would look like from the inside of the units at 63 and 73, which will face these buildings. None were provided at the last meeting. So what are they trying to hide? These are not office buildings. Where a view doesn't matter. These are our homes, and the view definitely matters. Regarding my question about the utility machine tower on the top of the 9, which is now 7-story building, which would be directly outside my unit, I was told that all prescribed soundproofing would be adhered to. What does this mean? I am not convinced that I and the other residents on these upper floors will not hear this noise or be affected by the vents. I seriously doubt that we will hear nothing. Many of the residents in these buildings are seniors or soon will be. Some have mobility issues, including myself. I chose to pay for extra for underground parking for the safety of my vehicle and for the convenience of not having to scrape snow and ice off and not to be slipping around in snow and ice while attempting to do so, or even just to get safely into my car on sound footing. Anything that I needed to transport to or from my apartment, mainly groceries, I can pile onto my rolling cart and easily get it up the ramp to the elevator and to my apartment, despite the snow or rain outside, without having to juggle an umbrella or a cane. Now they are expecting a 3-year disruption to this necessary convenience. They are suggesting that we will be able to park elsewhere. If it is above ground, who will clear the snow and ice off of our cars and make sure that they are warm for us to get into? How far will we be forced to carry our groceries, etc., or roll them in bundle buggies on on carts through slush and snow in all sorts of weather? How far will we have to go if we've simply forgotten something in our vehicle? Do they intend to compensate us with a drop in rent for everything we will be forced to endure for at least 3 years? Likely not. It is understandable that there will be times of disruption for necessary repairs and upgrades, but this 3-year fiasco will ultimately force many of the seniors who have been in this building for years, even decades, to move elsewhere for these amenities, ultimately to a less desirable, less safe location in order to stay within their established budgets. Or is it a hidden agenda to force them to move the seniors out so that they can be rented at higher rates to pay for this project? Also, the tenants who have above-ground parking will almost certainly have their parking rate increased, which I suspect many of them can't afford. Most of us are dealing with financial stresses and on our tight budgets. I do not also want anyone driving my car, as they were suggesting that there would be a valet service. I don't want anybody else driving my car. I don't trust anybody else's driving to have me in their car. And how will this affect the insurance of my vehicle if they drive my car? It's difficult enough to carry groceries, etc., from the car to the building if we have to do it from the front of the building. It's also, for one day, once or twice a year, it's been difficult for the tenants to find parking when they're cleaning the underground parking lot. I further suggest that you read Section 21 in the lease for these units entitled Issues about Interferences with the Tenant's Use or Enjoyment. If these buildings proceed, they will be in direct violation of this clause, as they will not only interfere with this during construction, but for years to come and probably forever. The open spaces that were described as underutilized only in the financial aspect. Just ask any tenant if their enjoyment of these spaces is deemed underutilized. I use my balcony almost daily, even on milder winter days, as it is a relaxing oasis from the daily pressures and a lovely space in which to unwind. I especially enjoy the clouds and sunshine which I get from mid-afternoon to the glorious sunsets. I am entertained by my view of the baseball and soccer fields, a glimpse of the lake, the view out to Mississauga and Oakville, the airport activity, Christmas lights on the balcony at number 120. And very important to me are the grass and mature trees below, where I can observe people with their dogs enjoying the grassy areas and hear the birds that live in the trees. I accept the noise of the waste removal trucks emptying the bins below and the occasional odor from these, as I am compensated by the positive aspects that I've just listed. If that building next to me goes up on that spot, this will all be destroyed. I tolerated the construction of the noise and extreme dust from the townhouses built on Eglinton, knowing that it would not last forever. Once the landscaping was done, the amount of dust on my balcony and even in my unit was drastically reduced, and the construction noise ended. Peace at last, until the construction started on the underground parking at 120 Whitacombe. More noise, more dirt. Now the construction at Martin Grove. I'm actually dusting sand off my furniture inside my unit.
Can you please wrap up? You're out of time. Thank you.
Okay, one final thing. Many tenants who have happily lived in these buildings for years are now seniors. If this project proceeds, the stress of construction activity and disruption in such close proximity to our homes, or the prospect and uncertainty of having to search for a comparable apartment at a comparable price in a safe and familiar neighborhood, plus packing and the added expenses of moving, will be more than most can handle. This is, in effect, elder abuse.
Thank you.
Elder abuse is defined by the
you.
World Health Organization as a single or repeated act which causes harm or distress to an older person. And
Ma'am, you're out
it
of
is
time. I'm sorry. You're out of time. Thank you.
simply to make seniors
Thank you.
feel powerless.
Questions to the deputy?
Thank you for your time.
Seeing none, our next speaker, please come up. Are you speaking, ma'am? And just if you,
I don't know if I should speak. My name is Ann Onescu, and you all look very interested in her conversation. You know, I am heartbroken that you guys just sit there and, yeah, okay, and nobody's listening. Well, it's our lives.
well, I'm listening, ma'am. I'm listening.
I'm sorry?
I'm listening to you.
Well, basically, they both said what I have to say. There's a heck of a lot more that I'd like to say, but I obviously see that no one's paying attention. So I don't want this building put up. It's going to cause a lot of stress, anxiety, and there's going to be a big mess there. So I'm damn against this going up. And I'm going to try, and I'm going to fight it every which way I can. pay attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further speakers to the item? Seeing none, we'll now bring it to committee. Questions of staff? Councilor Perruzza? Questions of staff? And I've got a question. So, question to planning. So we've heard from the residents here, clearly opposed, a lot of them here. Under the summary, it says, this proposal development is, guys, please. This proposal development is consistent with the provincial policy statement 2020 and conforms with the Place to Grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2020. What does that mean?
To you, Mr. Chair, all our applications are put through the lens of what provincial policy statement, provincial policy plans say about intensification, bringing more residents into underutilized areas, et cetera. For this kind of project, obviously the issues we look at are more site-specific, and we try and deal with the site planning and built form issues associated with inserting two buildings on a site where there are already buildings. But in terms of the overarching provincial regulations, yeah, they're met here.
Okay, so the recommendations are to approve this through planning. You stand by those recommendations?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
and I know you haven't got a crystal ball, but if we turn this down today, what avenue is available to the applicant? What recourse could he take? Or he or she, sorry.
Through Mr. Chair, of course, they can appeal this matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal, appeal body that deals with either no decision from council or a decision from council that an applicant is not happy with.
So if we went to the Land Tribunal, they would be looking at that summary that it's consistent with the provincial policy statement. So they would be making their decision on the provincial policy statement, correct?
I would say that would be one of many inputs. The Ontario Land Tribunal, through a hearing process, would look at all the planning issues we assess throughout this report.
And so politically, if we turn this down, there's a positive planning report from our city planners, which is you, that wouldn't be good, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if committee and council refuse this application, to defend council's position, legal would be required to get outside planning expertise because the planning department is on record here supporting this application.
Right, those are my questions. Deputy Mayor Holiday, questions?
I do. I'm going to start with sort of the granular, and I'm going to come back to what we were just talking about. Mr. Mitzi, could you comment a little bit? A theme that I heard through all of the public consultation was a lot of concern over the proximity of the infill buildings and the effect on light, shadow, and view. What do our official plans and what do our guidance and what does your advice say about this to council?
Through the chair, yes, this is a sensitive issue on a site like this, and staff, urban design, planning staff did assess shadow impact, compared this proposal against our tall building design guidelines. And it's, as outlined in the report, there will be some incremental increase in shadowing in some spots on the site, but generally, we never really, I heard a comment about the December shadows. That's not as relevant when we study shadow impacts because the sun's low in the sky for the whole day.
Please, don't answer the question.
But in terms of the shadow impacts for May, June, and September, during the timeframes we look at, we felt the shadowing overall was satisfactory. In terms of the building-to-building relationship, the current buildings, with two new ones added, the new ones will exceed the current separation distances that we require in tall buildings, which is 30 meters. So they're sufficiently spaced apart to address our tall building guidelines.
So if I compared infill development on various sites, would you say that the separation distance on this site is probably larger than some of them around here in different parts of Etobicoke, or at least equivalent?
Through the chair, I think what's unique here is the placement of the buildings maximizes the distance from the existing buildings from a window-to-window circumstance. So yes, I would say it exceeds it in this case.
So Mr. Mitzi, there's, the residents are really clear on their opinion. They don't want another building there, but council needs to square this up against what the prevailing law says. And there's one important factor about this block. I believe that there is a subway or a below-grade LRT station on the same block, literally the same block. So what does the laws and the policies say with respect to considering development within that proximity of a transit station? Call it, I don't know, 350 meters.
Through the chair, yeah. Generally, our
You've had your time. It's in committee now, okay? There's no more speakers.
from a policy point of view, generally we look to intensify sites that are within 500 to 800 meters of a transit station. It's a walkable distance, roughly 7-8 minutes. Also, we're seeing an increased number of applications, and this one fits in it, where the underutilized parts of a site, if you look between the two taller buildings here, it's primarily surface parking, are replaced by parking underground and building put in between, a greater utilization of the site. And that's what this applicant's come in and proposed.
Okay, and just, planning's advice in all of the context, because your advice to me and council includes consideration of what local residents had to say, and it's in the planning report. But in totality, the advice of the planning department is to approve this. And what I say fairly, that is really based on the prevailing policies. They start at provincial level legislation, provincial level plans, city plans, including the city's official plan, and so on down the chain. Those are all aligned. Like I don't see any policy holes in this document. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. I mean, we assessed the sort of spectrum of planning and built form issues, but we do take into account the concerns raised by the residents, and that's why we orient or push back on an applicant to orient the buildings accordingly.
So if we got into a dispute at a tribunal, I mean, those are the type of things that the litigators, the lawyers, the planners, the professionals that sort through these decisions, even beyond council, they go through those pieces of laws and those documents.
Through the chair, absolutely they do. All of what we look at is scrutinized at an OLT matter hearing.
Seeing no further question, Councillor Prutza, question? Councillor Prutza, if you can pull that mic, if people are having a hard time hearing us. Thank you.
Sure. So clearly from what I gathered, the residents don't want any development there. They don't want or this development there. Did you consider their point of view?
Through the chair, we always consider all inputs, including what the community thinks on planning applications. I mean, we're aware that some are not comfortable or don't support the proposal, and we do our best to address the issues that they raise. But yes, we do consider their concerns.
Okay, so you took their position, i.e., no development. You looked at that and you said you considered it, and you've obviously made some recommendations here. Why is it that you didn't completely accept their position and proceed to not recommend what you recommended before us?
Through the chair, technically what we do is review the application that's submitted. And what was submitted was a proposal for 2 buildings, so we assess the merits of that application. Ultimately, we're here with a report that recommends support. It does not recommend refusal.
Okay, so you considered the development, you considered their position, you looked at how Councillor Holliday described some of the planning principles, some of the provincial guidelines, and generally how these matters are dealt with, and you said, look, this is the best fit, considering the local residents' position, and this is the best we can do, also accommodating their particular point of view, correct?
Through the chair, generally, yes, that is correct.
And that's your and basically that's your professional opinion. That's what you're laying before us.
Through the chair, yes. I mean, the recommendation of city planning is to support this application. We believe it's aligned with provincial policy, and it's addressed the site-specific site planning and built form issues that were raised through the review process, including those issues that are flagged by our commenting partners, whether they be transportation services or elsewhere. So we believe all the issues have been at least addressed.
Okay. And lastly, if we were not to accept your professional advice, what happens going down the road?
Through the chair, the applicant could A, abandon the proposal, or B, should they want to continue with it, they would be obligated to appeal it to the OLT and determine what happens at the tribunal.
Okay. So, but abandoning the proposal, they could do that any time, whether we approve it or not approve it, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So the only other course is basically to go down to the Ontario Land Tribunal and have them make a decision.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Do they then take into account the resident's position?
Uh,
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted
Sure, I was going to.
Okay,
to
thank you.
understand.
Seeing no further
clearly. Yep.
speakers to speak, Deputy Mayor Holliday to speak. No. Any other speakers? No.
Thank you, Chair. I have three motions. I'm going to paraphrase because they're long. The first one is a technical motion. Legal asked me to place it with respect to securing Section 37 funding in this time of transition. The second, okay, yep, and the motions will be available online. The second motion is relating to a construction management plan, and I get into a little bit of detail, so a little more detail than the regular recommendations, including consultation with the schools. And the third is a very, very clear message to the developer and the future occupants of these buildings that parking is required to be placed on site because you won't be able to park on the street. And I'll speak to a little bit more about what's going on the street in a minute. But they're fairly typical motions that I move with many developments. So this development, I've had the chance to be a part of a couple of community meetings on this. And the message has been really clear. And this is not the first development I've helped organize and bring forward to community council. That's my job as a member of council, to try to make the best that I can out of the proposals that are brought into the city. And there's two kind of avenues in the way that developments often unfold. The first is you get a group of people that say, we don't want it, we just don't want it, here's a bunch of reasons why, and everyone kind of does that. And then sometimes there's developments where people come along and say, okay, well, we can work with this, and here's how we want to adjust it, here's how we think it could be better. Predominantly, the feedback has been in the first category. A very, very difficult position for council to try to contend with. There's two things here. There's an application that we're being told is lawful. We were told that in the preliminary report. And we receive advice from our planning department about how the application aligns with a lot of the planning priorities that are set, either through provincial law or our own documents in the city. The most important piece about this is that it's next to a planned mass transit station, and there's several plans that are formalized, that crystallize that as part of our official plan. So we need to think about it. And so the question is, well, what do you do with the application? I'll just vote no and refuse it. I mean, that's easy, right? Everyone will say, hey, thanks, counselor, that's good for you. And I suspect, because the applicant would have the balance of the law on their side, they'd be in the tribunal in a heartbeat, saying, what's the issue here? The staff have gone through everything in their professional opinion, all of these studies that you can get online, you can go through every little bit of them, and they all point to why this can work. And it's like 300 meters from a future subway. And I suspect we would lose very badly in a tribunal. So the question is, do you make the decision here? Do you maintain some semblance of control over it? And that's the best thing I can do as a counselor. That's the best value I can add to it. And the continued value I can add to it is, hey, look, you know, if I'm here after the next election, there's going to be construction going on. It's going to be hard. I know this because, you know, contrary to what one of the other speakers had to say, I've spent a lot of time trying to deal with parking on Winscombe Hill Boulevard. The first principle in this is that any development any development has to put its own parking on its own site. That means make enough parking spaces. I hope the applicant is listening, because I know that they've got less parking than I think that they should have. But you know what my motion says? Well, if you get it wrong, you're not parking on the street, good luck renting your units. That's the first principle. And the second principle is, when they go dig up this site, all the residents, my constituents, are going to be pushed out of the parking garage. Very difficult. Very difficult. But construction issues aren't necessarily issues that can go before a tribunal and say, don't build this. They'll say, no, we're interested in the planning law, we're interested in the final form, not necessarily how you build it. City and residents and developer, you guys go figure that out. And I'm not saying that's going to be easy. But my commitment is to stay involved on that and help in any way I can. I don't know if anyone knows, we had all of this parking going on the street, and the people down the road were doing their parking garage, and they were parking on both sides of the road. The school bus couldn't get through. It was an absolute circus. So you know what we did? We got a study done by the transportation people, like within weeks, not even weeks, I think 10 days, and we got it back before community council, and we were able to extend the parking on the street. You'll notice you can park in front of the school now. You couldn't do that before. And the reason was the street was so jammed, we did everything we could. But as one of the speakers said, this is a really important road. There's a busy park there. There's all kinds of sports fields. There are 3 schools. 3. And that needs to be kept clear for pedestrians and for people circulating. I know the stop sign right close by. So all of that needs to be managed, and it's going to be very difficult. But unfortunately, you can't deny an application because you're worried about how hard the construction is going to be, because there's always an answer. There's always work that you need to put into it. So, look, I respect everybody that's come out and waged their opinion. I'm glad you did. This is what I do as well. I wage my opinion on things. I can say I heard you very clearly, but I also have to be realistic in how this thing proceeds. And I have to be considerate of the staff advice. I have to be considerate of what the prevailing laws say, and I have to be considerate of the risks that if something is refused in an unrealistic way, where it can proceed in the future. And that's when we lose control. It goes to a tribunal that's bigger than the city. So I'm going to support the recommendations of the staff. I know people aren't happy about that, but I've done the best I can, and I'm going to continue to offer the best that I can, which is to see everyone through this construction, including working with the applicant, including working with the people that live there, because that's my job as a councillor. I hope you understand that. You can be as mad as you want with me, but I have to rest at the end of the day. When I put my head down on my pillow at home, I have to realize that I've done the best that I can for the community, including, I will say, the community that I live in, because I live just a few blocks south of there. And I know it very well. And I've known it all my life very well. So I thank everyone for coming out. I'll ask my colleagues to support my amendments. And anyone that wants to speak to me about this, you're welcome to talk to me anytime. That's my job as your councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers to the item? We could put the amendments on the screen. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. All in favor?
All those in favor of adopting the amendments on the screen, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Perruzza. That item carries unanimously.
Item is amended. Recorded vote.
All those in favor of adopting the item as amended, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Perruzza. That item carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, folks, moving along, we have to go to item number 19. We have an interpreter on the line for one of the speakers. So we're going to go to 3319, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447-83 Foxwell Street. Okay, so our first speaker is Joel Bowerbank. Mr. Bowerbank, are you on the line? Good morning. Can you hear us okay? Oh, there you are. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
Morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Perfect, thank you. I'd like to thank the council for their time. I've got a fair bit to say, but I know we have an interpreter on the line, so I'm going to try and keep it as simple as possible. I'm the resident and owner of 85 Foxwell, the neighboring property to the property in question. Just some context. The proposed exemption is to put a fence down the right-of-way and the driveway that shares the two properties. Each property on this block have the same setup. There's a house lot with a parking lot or a parking laneway in between them with a shared right-of-way access, allowing both property owners to be able to access and maintain their homes. Now, I understand several of my fellow neighborhood residents have written in to argue against this exemption on the grounds of it disturbing sightlines, the consistency of the neighborhood, and some safety concerns with pulling in and out of driveways. I agree with all of that, but I think those arguments have already been made. I'd like to add to that the fact that I live in a one-bedroom, one-story home. That's the home next to me has been expanded. They've done renovation to make it twice the footprint, and a second story was added to it. That's taken most of the light out of my back and side yards already. This proposed 8-foot fence would pretty much obliterate the rest of the light I have left in my front yard. Which is one of the reasons I'm asking the council to reject this application. My main point, though, which I'd like to, if you guys have any of the, my projector's not working, but I've got some visuals I wanted to add on here. Let's try this. So I'm not sure if anyone can see this. For the councils, this is figure 5. You can see here, this is 85 Foxwell, or 85 Foxwell, that's my residence, 83 Foxwell, and this is the proposed location of the fence. It's hard to see here, guys, but you can see there's a highlighted section between it in that driveway. That's the right-of-way. That right-of-way is on my title and deed, which is shown in figure 1. It's governed by instrument number TB286944. I've also got figure 1A, which discusses what that, which discusses the terms of that instrument. I've also got a note here from my law firm clarifying the legal designation of our property, which includes that instrument, TB 286944. And you can also see on both the original survey and the 2019 survey that I was holding up prior, that actually has that instrument number there in the highlighted location. So all this to say, that's my property. It's a shared right-of-way. I grant my neighbor full access to that, but the fence as proposed is in that right-of-way. Again, it's difficult to see here, but this is the image that they included in their proposal. I've got the highlighted right-of-way once again. Their image has that fence coming through the right-of-way here. I'm not sure if you can see, but this is my garage back here, my one-car garage. There's no parking on the streets overnight. Every single residence has the same thing. No front parking. It's all in the back. There was a decision made when the houses were built in the 80s. The proposed fence will not only infringe on my access to my right-of-way, it'll make it impossible for me to access my driveway. He's going to take 1 meter out of this. Again, my argument is that this is my property. I don't think it's good to have this exemption. I think it's bad for the neighborhood, but fundamentally this should be allowed because he's attempting to build a fence on my property and to block my driveway, and which will have devastating impacts on me, both for zoning, for my property value, for the ability to park my cars, the insurance on my cars, as I'll have to pay more insurance if I have to find street parking elsewhere. Not sure where I'm at with time, but that's my arguments. Like I said, several people have spoken out against this. I agree with that. I wanted to add that my shade will be impacted, but more fundamentally, I don't understand how this proposal can go through when he's asking to build a fence on my property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Questions? Councilor Nunziata, questions?
Yes, thank you. I know the area well. Used to live on Foxwell. So it looks like number 83 is a fairly new home, right? I guess it went to the, recently went to the Committee of Adjustment, right?
Yes, they started the renovations about 2 years ago.
Yeah. So when it went to the Committee of Adjustment, did they mention that they wanted to erect this fence?
It's my understanding that they did not. However, I was not the homeowner at that time. I moved in slightly before they began the renovations. I know this is a new proposal, and we were not aware of that until this, the bylaw officer we've been working with had made us aware of this, motion.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any further questions, Deputant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next Deputant, bear with me here, 19. is Martino Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, you on the line? No? Alexander Rodriguez? Neither? And we have the translator on the line? Ms. Milo, are you speaking on behalf of the deputants, or they're not on the line? Oh. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Alistair from Municipal Licensing and Standards.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So the interpreter, the interpreter is there, and the intent and purpose was for the owner to be present either physically or online, so that therefore all of the communications, verbal communications taking place, would be translated to the homeowner. Now, I think you just polled and found out that the owners are not there. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the interpreter will do her best to write down in a synopsis form what the deputant had just relayed.
I don't think we can.
And also,
okay, I don't think we can do that, Alistair. I don't think we can do that.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, they're not
Okay,
here. We'll deal with it, but
okay, perfect.
you're available to answer
Okay.
questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll just bring it into committee in 1 second. Thank you. Any further speakers to 3319, 447 to 83 Foxwell? Seeing none. Into committee. Questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata.
Just one question to staff. We still have staff on the line?
Yes, we do. Alistair, you're still there?
Alistair, if you can just comment on.
Yeah,
the
I'm still here,
application.
Councillor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that you've had issues with it. Can you just briefly comment?
Sorry, what did you want me to comment on?
The application.
Yeah, so the application that was put forth is that they wanted to build a 2-meter fence in the front yard, which they wanted to build on the right-of-way, which is marked in yellow in one of the photos I had submitted. Building a fence in that area would restrict the vehicle movement of 85 Foxwell to have forward movement of their vehicles to go to the rear yard. And the second component is that they wanted to build an 8-foot fence along the side paralleling 85 Foxwell. And those were the two submissions that were put forward, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Nunziata to speak.
Yes, I would like to.
Councillor Nunziata, can you pull that mic a little bit closer?
Pardon?
Your mic a little bit closer.
Okay. Staff have my motion. I would like to move that we refuse the application.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the item? Councillor Nunziata is moving refusal. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, moving right along. Number 4, correct? 900 to 940, the East Mall Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Final Report. We have a number of speakers. Our first speaker is Greg Strathy. Craig is on the line, or is he? Oh, morning. Yeah, no problem.
More efficient than.
Yeah. 1 second.
My time starting?
Just 1 sec, Craig. Okay.
My name is Craig Strathy, and I have lived in the Weston community for over 60 years. Not just a lifetime resident of the Weston community, but was employed with the City of Toronto in transportation services engineering design. My core job over my 36-year career with the city was focused mainly on road design and some sewer design. Nick and I are here today to represent the community, and we will put forward to you this morning all our major concerns with this development and highlight the negative impact it will have on our community. We recognize that the mandate and obligation of this committee is to ensure that the concerns of residents are heard and their recommendations are seriously considered. We would like to put a motion forward to this committee that the development does not move forward on full approval until a further study is done on addressing our concerns, especially pertaining to both the north driveway and the properly designed road turnaround in the development. So I got to be quick, but if you can turn to sheet figure number 2, which is in front of you. The main issue with this development, which has caused all the problems, is the approval of the north driveway. In approving the north driveway, well, first, before that, I want to submit this. 2019, this was highlighted from MTO, and it says, as per MTO access management standards, the required spacing from the off-ramp Eglinton intersection to the first access into this site is 200 meters. I think, this is from MTO, I think it would be prudent to resolve the setback and access road spacing issues prior to proceeding with the OPA ZBA. That was highlighted in 2019. And for some reason, planning and transportation have dropped the ball on this. They've let this slide. This development has been approved an 80-meter setback. And in approving that 80-meter setback, it has raised a whole bunch of issues. And in front of you, the drawing, number 2, it is introduced a no right-hand turn on a red on Eglinton Avenue onto the East Mall. It's introduced a no right in, right out from the north driveway. There is an extension of the center median, which will, I'll explain to you further, is the potential for U-turns. The north driveway has, again, repeat, has been approved at an 80-meter setback. So let's go to figure number 4. You got that in front of you? Since the developer has created an 8.5 private road, he is not allocated for cars that come in from the south driveway to be able to, if these drivers want to go north to Eglinton Avenue, he has not proposed anywhere for cars to turn around within the community, within that development. So cars will be forced, this area that you see is an actual entrance and exit from the underground parking, plus an entrance exit to garbage and truck deliveries. As you'll see, there's a 2.1 meter sidewalk there. And that turnaround that I've highlighted only accommodates a small compact car. So anybody with a van, pickup truck, anything else, they will not be able to do a full turn. They will have to do a 3-point turn. So the alternative is that most people will drive along that driveway. They'll realize, they'll proceed out, and they'll realize once they get to the East Mall, the only direction they can go is south. Once they go south, knowing that they want to go north, what are they going to do? They're going to find a way to pull a U-turn. The most practical spot is at the end of the median that's been extended. If not, some drivers may go up to the first street on the left, which is Weston Valley Road, and pull into resident parking driveways and make the turn there. So it's created a whole unsafe situation. So if we go to figure number 8, this is just an example of how a delivery truck or garbage truck, the maneuvers they have to make just to get in and back in to the loading bay. It's ridiculous. It's unsafe, and then they're proposing there's going to be a flagman. So I'd like to put to the developer, what's a flagman? Is that a full-time position where somebody's standing there? Or is that the superintendent? When a truck comes in, he's got to call the superintendent. And if he's available, maybe he'll show up. Let's go to drawing number 1, which is the last one, or the second last one. This development is too much density for the site and lack of parking. Residents already on Beaver Bend have already highlighted to us that the overflow parking with that catwalk on the East Mall, that people are going to use that street as overflow parking because the demographics are not a downtown. This is out in the suburbs. People are going to need cars. Schools are full. Parents got to take their kids to school.
Can you wrap up, sir? You're out of time. Thank you. Thank you.
One last question, one last thing. This is a proposal, the last page, to resolve all the problems.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none?
Mr. Strathy,
Oh, question?
may I ask you a question? Can you elaborate on the last page on how it may resolve and what you think it would take to fix the concerns that you've got?
Sure. So on the last page, I have proposed, I'm in road design, a proper design cul-de-sac turnaround within the community. This would mean reducing the POSP by half, moving building number 4, shifting building number 4 over a bit, which will allow for a turnaround, a real turnaround within the development that people can actually go out the south, come in the south and go back out the south. What it also does, it resolves the problem with the driveway extending out to allow anybody who wants to go south can proceed south out the driveway and proceed south to go on East Mall. This covers, and then there's no right-hand turn on a red restriction.
Right.
There's no right in, right out at the driveway. This is a simple thing to resolve all the problems. We're not here to say we don't want the development. We just want this development to be built safely for the residents and the traffic and the community.
So to play it back or to paraphrase, I'm looking at 836 dwelling units, plus some retail, plus some office space. There's 2 entrances. One of them serves in and out, but if you're a longer vehicle and you pull into the main one, it's very hard to turn around and go back. So your fear is if people are lazy, they'll just kind of go straight through that interior road and be stuck on the East Mall wanting to go the other way, and they're going to start pulling U-turns.
Well, correct, but let me explain. The developer has not accommodated within his development anywhere for cars to turn around in the development. People are, so I'm sure his solution would be people are going to go all the way down to the underground parking, find a way to turn around and come back out to go south.
So you think it could be a lot better if we could accommodate the turning movement of people, delivery trucks, that kind of stuff, so they can get in and out of the site efficiently?
Absolutely. Either they want to go north or south, it's clearly marked. You want to go south on the East Mall, you have a proper turnaround to do that movement.
And finally, you have an informed view because you have experience in this.
Sorry?
You have an informed view of this because you have experience. You understand the math, you understand the turning requirements of cars and trucks and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Strathy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Moretto. Good morning, sir. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Nick Moretto. I live at 3 Marygill Crescent. Longtime resident of the Weston Park community for some 30 years. Since becoming aware of this project in November 2020, the community has spent countless hours poring over the developer's proposal, consultants and city staff reports, city and MTO documents. We also did a comparative analysis of developments, both existing and proposed within Central Etobicoke. And based on the final planning report before you this morning, we can only conclude all our efforts and hours over the last 18 months have been for naught. I have to mention, we met with staff, Zoom calls, did presentations, met with our local councillor. Essentially, we're looking at the same development as initially proposed back in 2019 after 18 months of our involvement. I want to touch on 4 key areas regarding this development. The first is urban design and scale. The first thing that you need to keep in mind is that this project is essentially a campus development. It's 4 buildings across 6 acres, which, as far as our research indicates, the applicant, Harhay Developments, has never done a campus development. They've been focused on infill residential projects, primarily in downtown Toronto and not in a suburban location. And this may explain to us why and all the documents we read, that the applicant barely met the minimum city standards in designing this project. One would have thought they would have spent time exceeding the standards. Examples include the building separation distance between for tall buildings, barely met. A proposal for a private internal road, not a public road, and a refusal to entertain alternative traffic analysis recommended by city staff. The current density is 4.27 times the site area, which is in excess of the most comparable projects in the immediate vicinity, including the Winscombe project that you just approved. And I find it interesting, I think, Stephen, you said there were 2 community consultation meetings. Ours consisted of a 1.5-hour WebEx call, half of which time was taken up by the applicant's consultants, and that was it. And to the applicant, did not ever reach out to the community on follow-up on our comments. The density is even more pronounced when you compare the number of units on a per hectare basis. 940 is still the same, has still the same number of buildings, 4, at the same heights as initially proposed, despite city staff recommending that the heights vary and that the specific height of the southernmost building be reduced to improve the openness to the sky from street level. Now, we understand as an urban community that development and change are inevitable. However, it cannot be stressed enough that this campus development is just too crowded. The applicant's insistence on 4 buildings instead of 3, when the latter will result in a far safer movement of traffic in keeping with other residential projects within our community, shows there is little concern for community and residents. Parking supply. The applicant sought and received a 20% variance for parking. So rather than providing over 900 spaces, just over 760 spaces are being provided. All the parking is underground, no surface parking. And the rationale given by the applicant for that was that the take-up of spaces in other residential projects amounted to roughly 80% of what was provided, and the implementation of a car share program. Those comparative projects are located on sites that have superior public transit proximity and retail amenities, and they do not contain office space. The closest retail shopping opportunities to this site is just over 1.7 kilometers away. Lastly, there's 138 parking spaces for visitors, for both residential and for the office component. There's 50,000 square feet of office space in this project. My calculation, based on my experiences, most of that 138 parking space will be taken up by employees. And trust me, the assumptions I used to calculate that were very conservative. The number of parking spaces at this project needs to be increased, certainly closer to the 982 under the current standards. Natural heritage lands. These are the lands that are east of the property. The final planning report says no impact. We disagree. Based on our study, there are approximately 50% of the sunlight available during the summer months and winter months. So there is an impact on that community. The public park. The public park here is half an acre. It's not a parkette. There is no dedicated visitor parking for that parking lot.
You're up, please. You're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions of the deputy? Deputy Mayor Hawley, question.
Mr. Munaretto, you live in the area. Could you tell us a little bit more, and especially my colleagues on the committee, the relationship of the site to the street, the roads, the neighborhoods, the park, and in particular, the concerns you've got over spillover parking into the neighborhood? Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, about why you're worried?
Sure. We've always been worried about access to the site. There are no surface parking lots being proposed other than 4 for the daycare. At 20% less parking, there's no doubt that there's going to be pressure on local roads in terms of parking. Certainly, if a public organization or a public group wanted to use the park, they have no option other than to park on the East Mall, or as Greg Strathwood pointed out, parking off of the local roads.
The report, and deep in the attachments, talks about the availability of community facilities nearby. again, to my colleagues who don't know the neighborhood as well as you do and as well as I do, because I'm not far away, would you say that this is going to continue to be a car-centric development because of the configuration of the community? And I know it's
Absolutely.
I know it's around 800 meters from the Martin Grove LRT station, but you know, in that they talk about the distances to them, and I want to make sure that we're understanding and we're clear that this is not an urban development. This is
That's correct. The walking distance to the proposed Renforth LRT station is just over 2 kilometers. And the walking distance to the closest LRT station, which would be at the northwest corner of Martin Grove and Eglinton Avenue, is 1.2 kilometers away. That's walking distance, not straight line distance. One of the research we looked at was, and this is common amongst realtors when they're marketing residential properties, it's transit score and amenity scores. And the amenity score for this location is very low. In other words, if you're doing grocery shopping, chances are you are going to either drive, very likely drive. And the closest grocery store will require 2 different buses to be taken.
Thank you, Mr. Munareto.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, so I need to, Nancy, what do we need to do? We need to check online. I think the next one's on video conference. I'm looking for Daniel Kolenko. Yeah, okay. We just got a technical difficulty here. Just stand by.
Hello?
Hello, is this Daniel?
No, this isn't Daniel. This is Roy here. I'm calling regarding 301 Dixon Road.
Thank you. I'm just going to keep you on mute until your item is up.
Is he there? No? How about Chris Harhay? We don't have Daniel? Okay, so next is Chris Harhay. Is Chris here? And Benjamin Larson, is Benjamin here?
Good morning. I'm Chris Harhay.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good, good.
Just one second. Is Benjamin Larson here too? Online? Okay. Floor's yours, my friend.
So I'm the owner of the property and have made this application. So first of all, I want to thank council and staff for considering our application. We're not intending to do a presentation today. We've given how busy council is. We've spent the last 3 years working collaboratively with the city and staff and are pleased with the positive staff report. There's a lot of positive attributes to this project, which I think I've highlighted over the years. We're particularly excited about the affordable homeownership housing that we're going to provide in this in partnership with Artscape. So there'll be artists being able to obtain home ownership in the site. There's we're agreeable to a large contribution to Weston Park for improvements there. We've got this large contiguous park, which we've spoken about. There's a daycare component. We've committed to office replacement, replacing the office that's there along Eglinton Avenue. We've also got retail. The design, of course, we're very excited about the design of it. It's along the future LRT. There is bus routes there. There's obviously great highway access as well. We've got 10% 3 bedrooms, high quality architecture. If you've seen the designs, it's befitting of this gateway. We consider gateway to the city of Toronto. We've got Craig Hunter from Hunter & Associates, who's our senior planner, who's on line to address any questions or concerns that council may want to put forward. We do want to thank you for considering our application. And in respect of some of the comments we've heard today, of course, with respect to transportation, parking, We've worked through a fulsome process with the MTO, with transportation, and with our traffic consultant to ensure that the site works properly, there's sufficient parking, sufficient movements, traffic movements, and the concerns expressed are valid, and we hear them, and we've been working through the experts and the professionals at the city and MTO to address them. And that's it for me right now.
Thank you. Questions? Deputy Mayor Holly's got a question.
Thanks, Mr. Harhay, for speaking. I know Mr. Strathy talked about some concerns inside the site. So, I mean, this is very granular compared to a lot of the stuff that's before us. But if I ask you to keep working with planning over the next few weeks before this goes to City Council on seeing if you can improve it, especially in light of the comments, would you be willing to do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Our next speaker is Benjamin Larson from Hunter and Associates. Mr. Larson, you online?
I am. Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So thank you, Chris, for giving that introduction. So I'm Benjamin Larson. I'm a planning consultant that's working on Chris's site. I was handling the rezoning and official plan amendment application. I guess as Chris said before you have a positive final staff report from city planning. It's recommending support of the rezoning and the official plan amendment. And as Chris mentioned, the proposal before you includes a mix of uses, residential suites, retail space, daycare, office, and there's also the on-site parkland dedication, which is allocated on the property. With respect to the unit types, there's a mix of different unit types, and Harhay have created the unit sizes that actually meet and exceed that of the growing up guidelines. That is in support of larger family size units. And also it includes a Section 37 agreement that is complete with funds allocated towards park improvements in the vicinity, as well as Chris noted, the affordable housing component that will be integrated in the proposal. I agree with the favorable recommendation from City Planning, and I want to thank them. We're working collaboratively with us and Harhay as this project has evolved through the approval process so far. In my opinion, it represents good planning. It represents the intensification of a large underutilized site located along the Highway 427 corridor. And I'd be happy to give brief responses to some of the input that was raised today by some of the residents. Firstly, regarding the comments provided by Craig, regarding the north driveway, as Chris noted, this is something that was reviewed by MTO. They've been circulated as this project has gone through the approval process, and they, through discussions with BA Group, the transportation consultant retained by Harhay, they created certain roadway modifications to make sure that north driveway functions appropriately. Regarding the issue of northbound travel within the site and the issue of a U-turn, I want to make a note that there is a large turnaround space within the project adjacent to the two loading spaces, which are a Type G and a Type B loading space within the project. So that can be investigated further after this council meeting today by the owner's transportation consultant, BA Group. Regarding the flagman comment that was raised, that is a typical condition that is put in certain redevelopment projects where the condominium management company will have someone who comes out on dedicated pickup days for waste to make sure that the truck is flagged and directed in a safe and effective manner. Regarding the parking supply, it is something that has been reviewed by city transportation staff, and they agreed that the parking supply was sufficient. And also, as outlined in city planning's staff report, which was detailed and very well written, it indicates that there is future planned transit within the vicinity of the site, which will also help give options to those who are looking to travel around. And then regarding the second speaker, Nick, there were comments about urban design, and I want to reinforce what Chris was saying. There has been a lot of work that has been put into the aesthetics of this project through twisting floor plates and a bit of a different architectural design. In my opinion, it does a good job in creating a positive urban design, and I think it will be viewed positively when looked at from the public realm. Regarding exceedances, there was a comment about from Nick about tower separation. In the tall building guidelines, it's typically 25 meters between towers. In this case, it ranges from 27.5 to 28.5, so it exceeds the tall buildings guideline recommendations, and these requirements are baked into the site-specific zoning bylaw to ensure that they are adhered to. And then regarding the natural heritage comment, this was indicated in City Planning's final staff report. It is not abutting the site; it is adjacent on the other side of the highway, of the East Mall rather. So there is a bit of a separation distance, but I don't really have any more comments to put, and I defer to City Planning should they want to add any more comments or clarifications. Thank you for your time.
You have a question from Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Thanks, Mr. Larson. Just a couple of questions. I want to confirm, though, because you didn't finish the piece. The north driveway and the agreement from MTO is predicated on the assumption that the city will grant a right turn on red prohibition at the East Mall and Eglinton. It's an important detail, but is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just with respect to the U-turn space inside the property, or the turnaround and the flag person and all that, did I hear an indication that you're willing to work to see if that can be improved? Because I know Mr. Strathy had talked a little bit about the need to move different vehicles around in there. In my view, it's a little tight, but is there an opportunity to take a look at that, see if that can be improved a little bit?
I think that is certainly there's an opportunity through BA Group, the owner's transportation consultant. I agree.
Okay. And I realize that's not, you're not the consultant on that, but you are the planning consultant. And the last piece, again, it's back to transportation-related issues. Are you absolutely sure that there's adequate parking? Because this site is unique. I mean, it is far away from everything, including transit. I realize it's on Eglinton, but it is still a long hike to the stations. And you know, my questions to one of the residents, things are far apart here.
I agree, and I definitely appreciate that reality of the site and its context. There are 776 parking spaces included below ground in this project. It has been reviewed in terms of comparison to other similar intensity developments occurring along Highway 427 in similar contexts, and City Transportation has agreed that those parking provisions are adequate. With respect to the residential, it's in the range of about 75% provision. There's inclusion of car share spaces as well to give different options, but I can just clarify that this has been reviewed by City Transportation and they are satisfied with the parking provisions.
And finally, you're a planner, right? You're
That is correct.
Planner? Are you really comfortable with the proposed way that the surface road is going to function with respect to lay-by parking and movement and pedestrian interactions? And I realize this crosses over to transportation a little bit, but you know, planners are the jack of all trades on this. Do you feel comfortable with all of this? Would you change something?
I'm comfortable at a high level with how this is set up. I'm happy that, like a lot of the larger multi-tower sites you see along Highway 427 that include an on-site private road, I'm happy that it can handle the loading, the drop-offs, the underground access off of the main road that is adjacent to the site. I like it when they do that on these bigger sites, so it's less confusing to people driving for in this case along the East Mall. They can get onto the property and everything is dealt with in a logically and orderly manner. So I'm satisfied with that. But yes, there has been an issue that was raised about the cars traveling north, and that it might not be something that happens all of the time. It might happen some of the time, but it is something that Chris, myself, and BA Group can take a look into prior to City Council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions. Questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Holiday, questions of staff.
Do we have transportation services available for very specific stuff to talk about the MTO weaving?
Good morning, Councillor and Chair. This is Luigi Nicolucci, Manager of Development Planning Review and Transportation Services. I'm available to answer any transportation-related questions associated with the development.
Yep. Madam Clerk, I know I sent a JPEG image in. Were you able to throw that up on the screen just so I can ask Luigi about it? So, Mr. Nicolucci, I wanted, if you could explain to the committee the weaving issue that MTO identified. So, we're putting up a very crudely drawn map here. I don't know if you can see it, but that is the existing site, that is Eglinton Avenue, and that is the 427 ramp that tees right into the East Mall. That's the southward running street. So I'm going to lay out the issue. When you come around the 427 ramp, you come to the end of it, you can make a right turn in the green lane. You can only make a right turn in that lane because that's like the vast majority of the cars, and they need to flush that ramp. So they allow that. And the red line is the straight through movement. So you could go straight through from that ramp or you can make a left turn on Eglinton, but not many cars do that. And if you go straight through, as soon as you cross the intersection, you need to make a very quick maneuver to get into the right-hand lane on East Mall South to make a right turn into that driveway. And finally, the blue arrow is the indicator of cars that would be making a right-hand turn from Eglinton Avenue onto southbound East Mall. So could you just explain in maybe a few simple words the MTO's concern over this and what the result is?
So through the chair, my understanding is that MTO raised concerns with vehicles traveling south from the intersection and then having to weave to make a right turn into the site at the northerly access driveway. They were concerned with that movement and potential conflicts with vehicles making a right turn from Eglinton Avenue onto the East Mall, and that any weaving from the red line that you're showing there would result in potential accidents with vehicles making the movement associated with the blue line.
Okay, so their solution was, city, just change Eglinton. Just make it no right turn on red. That'll fix it. However, if the right turn into the site at that north driveway was removed, do we have a problem anymore?
Through the chair, if the right turn movement into the site is eliminated and the driveway effectively becomes an outbound right turn only driveway, because there will be a median there, so we cannot have left turns there. But the bottom line is, if the right turn movement into the site is eliminated, then my understanding is that the MTO issue no longer exists.
Thank you. And finally, one of the techniques to eliminate that right turn is to make an angled driveway, tilting towards the south, so that you can't get in there. And of course, we would prohibit right turns in there.
Through the chair, that is correct. We refer to that angled driveway as a channelized driveway, but you're essentially correct, Councillor.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Nicolucci, just with respect to parking, staff signed off on it, but this site isn't meeting the minimum parking standards required by the bylaw, but they've given you some explanation on that.
Through the chair, Councillor, that is correct. They provided justification to support their proposed parking supply, and that justification was deemed acceptable, and we supported the standards that were recommended by the applicant's transportation consultant.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holiday. Any further questions? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got several motions, and I'm gonna paraphrase them to make it easier for the committee. So the first one is another technical motion relating to the section money that I've been suggested to move. The second motion is very similar to what we just saw. Actually, both of these are very similar to what we just saw in the previous development, where I've asked for a construction management plan with a whole bunch of detail. And actually, much of the language is from staff, anyways. The third motion is very important, and that has to do with the right turn on red prohibition on Eglinton Avenue and the driveway. The fourth motion has to do with on-street parking, and it basically says you can't have any. And that there's a warning clause about that. And Nancy, I'm sorry, I don't see all of these here, but this is also one more just having to do with the merge lane, except I think that as required is not supposed to be there. And the final motion is to ask the Etobicoke York Community Council to direct the Director of Community Planning, Etobicoke York District, Mr. Mitzi, to continue discussions with the applicant on improvements to the internal vehicle circulation, the surface parking, the vehicle turnaround space, and on developing an option to close the north driveway entirely, and to report on any necessary amendments directly to City Council. And folks listening, you'll know I asked about that several times to a number of the people that spoke to us today, whether or not there could be some continued work, and the answer I heard was yes. So I'm going to spend a minute just talking about the right turn on red prohibition. I had a chance to meet with staff and the Ministry of Transportation. It was a very important meeting. And this is one of those really important things as a counselor when it crosses your desk. You gotta think carefully and critically about it. And I touched with Mr. Nicolucci on the weaving issue, but basically think about it. You're coming around the ramp on the 427. It's late at night. You're flying down that ramp, and you're moving a little quick, and you move through the intersection, and you say, "Oh, geez, I gotta change lanes right away and get into that first driveway because I want to make it to the parking garage, below where I live." And maybe somebody's making a right turn on Eglinton at the same time. What do you get? You get a very, very hard and big crash. And the MTO people talked to me about that. They said, actually, Councillor, we don't even allow driveways within 200 meters of the end of a ramp. But we're willing to talk about this because the site is here. There's some existing driveways. We understand development goes on in the city. And so their answer was, well, you can have that driveway. You just have to hold red turns at Eglinton Avenue and the East Mall. Just stop traffic on Eglinton. Excuse me? How is it that you're requiring the city to now reconfigure Eglinton Avenue and deal with this because of your ramp safety concern? So the answer is simple. Don't allow write-ins in that first driveway. And I know that deep in these notes online, there's some work was done to confirm that that's actually doable. And it's very simple. My motion says that. And so my thinking was this. You got choice A, which has been recommended by, everyone's signed off on it. Yeah, I just put that sign up that says don't turn right on the red light. If you've ever been over to 6 Points, you can see 10% of people just do it anyways. So I'm thinking, you've got this administrative control to deal with a potential crash. I'd like to do better. And that's when I said at the beginning, sometimes you get really hard things you got to deal with as a counselor. In order to feel better about this development, I think it's very important that we just not allow that right turn in on the north driveway to the site. Yes, it's going to make it a little bit more farther to drive for somebody that lives in there, but it's the right thing to do because it for sure eliminates that chance of a crash, of somebody changing lanes in the middle of the intersection and flying off that highway ramp. I don't think it's a big ask of everybody. I'm not sure it's even material in the whole size of this development. But it was important to me, and most importantly, it was important to the community because they spent a lot of time looking at this, and this was a detail that came out that needed to be done. So members, I hope you'll support me on that. And secondly, just on the site, of course, among the motions is that I'm going to be limiting the ability for on-street parking. I asked that, are you absolutely sure? This is a really big development, and it's at the top of East Mall and Eglinton Avenue, and if you know the neighborhood, you know things are really far apart. And you got to walk a lot. You got to walk over a kilometer just to get to the nearest store. The school's over a kilometer away. I know, Mr. Chair, the time. I just need to be really clear with the applicant, and I know they understand this, that there's no spillover parking. It has to be contained on site. So I know I said a lot. There's a lot to this development, and I will say finally thank you to everybody, including the staff that have worked really hard on this. There is a lot of moving parts on this, but I hope you support my amendments. And most importantly, I hope the staff and the applicant and the neighborhood, if they want to get in on it, can find a little bit of massaging and tweaking within the site to make it work a little bit better, because I think it will turn out much, much better at the end if we can deal with those little details. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? Seeing none, we can put Deputy Mayor's amendments on the screen. There's the first one. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's a second. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is that it? Yep. How many do you have, Stephen? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And construction, all in favor? Motion A. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's all right. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, just before we move along to the next time, we'll just do some housekeeping. Councillor Perruzza, we held a lot of items for you this morning. So 33.6, it was a timed item for, so you're prepared to move alteration to heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement? Oh, I'm sorry, it's Councillor Nunzio, sorry.
33.7.
33.7, 3 Marshway Grassway and 11 Bluey Grassway was held for 94. Are you prepared to move that?
I am. I don't know if there's anybody here.
No, there's no speakers.
who
There's no
wants-
speakers. No.
There's no speaker. If I can just have like 30 seconds with that one.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
well, then we'll have to hold it down.
Okay, so why don't we proceed through the other ones then?
Okay. 3314, 15, 19, 21, and 23 Torrey York Drive, official plan amendment zoning bylaw, draft plan subdivision application.
I'm happy to move the staff
On
recommendation.
14, he's moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 3317, 2111 Finch Avenue West, request to enter into an agreement under section 47, 4.3 of the Planning Act.
Happy to move the recs there as well.
Sorry?
Move the recs.
Move the recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3317. 3331, permanent closure of a portion of Murray Ross Parkway abutting 5 Shoreham Drive.
Again, moving staff recs, and you missed 3330, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's just do a 31. All in favor of 3331? Opposed? Carried. 31.
And the same with
And
3330.
then 30. I don't have 30. Oh, there's hold there, 30, yeah. 30's cut off my page.
Yeah.
Okay, 3330, permanent closure of a portion of Adele Avenue, Ward 7. All in favor? Opposed? Carried?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair.
One second.
Yeah.
And then the 3339, parking amendments, Bloomington Crescent.
Yeah, happy to move.
Move the staff recs, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we're gonna,
So, Mr. Chair, 33.7, that was for 9:45 this morning, so if I can just have 30 seconds, I can move that.
well, I got a lot of people waiting, so we can just do that later. There's got a lot of people waiting here on this next item, so we'll just deal with that, if you're okay with that. We've got a long day here, Councilor Perruzza, hang on. So let's go to, all right, 33.5, 1956, 1986 Weston Road and 1 to 5 Little Avenue official plan zoning bylaw application, amendment and rental housing demolition application final report. We have a number of speakers. Our first speaker is Dan Harris. Dan Harris is in person or online? Here, online? Mr.
Yes, I
Harris, can you hear us?
I can.
Let's go with the.
Can you hear me?
Hear you. We can hear you. You can hear us?
Okay, that's fine.
Good
Do you want
morning.
me to start?
Yeah, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for your attention, the opportunity to think. First of all, as I understand it, this is the statutory meeting for the development. In which case I don't labor under the misapprehension that anything I say will impact your decision. It's a statutory meeting. I think these things are after the staff has had all the reports and all the rest of it. My second point, I'll try to be brief with these things, is that the planning department continues to play fast and loose with the area specific policy. Number 45, you'll be aware that that's in the appendices to the official plan, and is actually a very stringent policy that's meant to protect used to be the core of the town of Weston. So I'll wait until the chair has the time to listen to my submissions.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. I'm
Perhaps,
trying to run the
I
meeting here
can
too.
wait a minute until you're done talking to Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'm trying to run the meeting here too, sir, so we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine, but you are intended to actually listen to deputations.
Yes, I hear you.
I wanted to point out that at pages 22 and 23 of the final report, it says that there's also direction in the city planning work program to undertake a review of the current planning framework for Weston Village that would include a review of both the policy and zoning provisions. So I note that that has not been done. It has been completed for Mount Dennis, and indeed you have the Mount Dennis secondary plan on your agenda for today. And we were told in the community at one point by the councillor that both of those things would be done. And I, again, note Mount Dennis's has and ours has not. And ad hocism is not in our interest. This application and many others, these tall building applications, offend the letter and the spirit of the area-specific policy. And I put it to you that it's a denial of the right to know and respond to proceed with consideration of this and other development proposals within the area covered by specific SP, the specific plan 45, without that secondary plan being completed. I just note in passing that one thing such a plan would worry about would be adequate community recreation facilities in Weston to support such developments. And largely because the city at the councillor's urging built the so-called York Community Centre in the Black Creek Valley, which is a long way from Weston, we don't have such facilities. Specifically with respect to some of the aspects of the of this application, I put it to you as well that it's detrimental to the functioning and the community fabric of Little Avenue to permit ingress and egress from this site onto Little Avenue, which is a residential street, when the application has access to a dedicated ingress and egress to Lawrence Avenue, which is an arterial road. There just is no reason from a planning perspective to permit them to split that ingress and egress. They can use Lawrence Avenue and should be compelled to do so. The report also refers to an avenue segment study being prepared by something called Acronym. And I tried to access that and did correspond with email to the planner this morning as to where I might find that in the development materials. And I was directed to a link in the applicant's URL that doesn't work. So on the face of it, it seems to me you do not have a complete record before you, because if you want to look at what the report says and try to access that link, it's not there. Another link that is not functioning, a hot link in the report, so I just got up this morning to read all this stuff, is the Weston Urban Design Guidelines. Again, that's another broken link. So again, you don't even have a complete record before you in order to make this decision. So I don't know how I'm expected to know and respond. This is, I guess, probably my final point, is that page 15 of the report talks about tall buildings and they're desirable in the right places. But a 35-story and a 29-story building as an exemption to a 8-story policy. This policy in the former town of Weston, in the center of town, is 8 stories. So 25 and 39, they're just like outrageously out of touch with what the letter in the spirit of that policy number 45 has to say. But I put it to you, if you're going to ignore this policy, as you have done on many, many occasions, then, and I mean this seriously, let Weston be a leader, not a follower. The building at 33 King Street was approved by the council of the former town of Weston. So that's in the 1970s. The town of Weston was entertaining the building of plus 30-story
Can you wrap up, please?
buildings. And yeah, just one sec. And there were 2 other towers that were planned for there. So let us be leaders and not followers. And I put it to you that you shouldn't approve this unless they come back with 50 to 75 stories and let us make our mark on the skyline.
Thank
and
you,
those
sir.
additional floors ought to be with affordable units and more larger units than growing up requires.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your attention.
Seeing no questions, our next speaker, Joanne Medor. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanne Medor, and I'm a longtime resident of Weston. I've lived with my family on Little Avenue for 20-plus years, and previous to that with my parents on Rectory Road. I'm here to express my opposition to the request to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw application and the housing demolition and conversion application. The proposed development is a complex which will dwarf the small bungalows, semis, and residential homes, particularly those on Little Avenue. It is simply a development of maximum height and size, which has increased from 592 units in 2019 to 592 units in 2019 to 739 units in 2022. In 2019, staff suggested that the northwest portion of the site be redesigned to a mid-rise building. That clearly hasn't happened. The tower remains 29 stories high, and a height increase of 6 stories with no parking space increase. How is it that a proposal which was turned down in 2019 after receiving opposing community input only to reemerge with an even larger scale proposal? It is outrageous. The current site for the building is in the heart of Weston. In that respect, our downtown will consist of a complex 5 stories short of Maple Leaf Square. That does not say much for the planned vision of a heritage community with a welcome plaque, ironically named Weston Village. I have submitted photos of many buildings on Weston Road, mostly high-rise, with only a few well integrated in their surroundings. The townhomes at 2059 Weston Road, the old beer store site, and the condo at 2088 Lawrence Avenue was built at a reasonable height of 12 stories, while in close proximity to the homes on Little and Lawrence Avenue. I have submitted a petition gathered in just one afternoon of 29 signatures opposing the request to amend the official plan and bylaw and demolition and conversion application, which I have been informed this morning, strangely, that it will not be part of the public record. How is that just? Little Avenue has, in the 20-plus years I have lived there, always been a busy street. However, these days, at least once or twice a week, there is bumper-to-bumper traffic congestion due to volume or accidents on Lawrence or Weston Road. What will it look like when I understand the entrance to the complex and parking is by way of Little Avenue, as the gentleman previously mentioned? Not to mention the disturbance of the resident who lives in a small, tiny bungalow just next door. Council and planners, Please do not ignore our pleas to be recognized. Do not make the simplistic decision to vote in favor of developers' demands, but consider integration with the surrounding environment to keep an ounce of village feel and character at reasonable heights. There are more nuanced and sophisticated ways to build and plan. Some examples are in my photo submissions of 2059 Weston Road. Why aren't we working together rather than just putting a wrecking ball to Weston and building sky high and in mammoth proportions next to residential homes? I guess council will like to see the for sale signs go up on Little Avenue of second, third, and fourth generation residents. Please carefully consider my petition if it is allowed to be part of the public record, which I don't see why not, my photo submissions, and speaking points today in an effort to keep that village and character feel while integrating with the surrounding residential and heritage homes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. Next speaker, Peter Tokar. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, councillors and all in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in favor of something pretty special in the town of Weston, and that's the community surrounding Little Avenue Memorial Park. It's unique to Weston, but no more unique than many of the other charming pockets in the old residential areas of our town. But uniquely, it still brings the Weston BIA an important ingredient that Professor Emeritus Economics John Helliwell of UBC reported on just recently, and that's small town charm. Small town charm is a quality that's often missing in large cities. The ingredient that helps make life more local, more personal, more human, creating positives instead of curing negatives. When a place has small town charm, there's a good chance that you'll find people that are generally kinder, or at least more kind than we think, and they're likely to be happier. It's the reason that communities in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador were reported to be the happiest communities in Canada recently. And it's their small town ways that bring the warm and friendly, according to Professor Helliwell's research. Now, clearly, it's not the same here. But the Little Avenue Memorial Park community still has a small town charm to offer Weston and its business improvement area. However, if the developer, Weston Asset Management, gets all the changes and amendments it seeks, the town stands to lose its unique historic charm that people appreciate when they come across it. So, as much as we agree that the town needs a good injection of quality development heading into the future, we don't necessarily equate massive height and quantity with quality. The proposal as it stands is too massive, it's obtrusive, and only could stand to be scaled down considerably. In fairness, it should really be in keeping with the similar sized buildings and structures on the River Valley side of Weston Road, like at 2088 Lawrence Avenue West, the tiered condo development under 15 stories. So my spouse and I strongly oppose the oversized proposal and consequently the developer's request to amend the official plan and zoning bylaws. The sheer enormity of the 2 towers proposed on their large base platforms would absolutely and rudely dwarf any and all existing architecture in Weston's BIA. In fact, it would be the tallest structure in the surrounding region on either side of the Humber River, hardly a small town positive where many are needed. And of course, those twin towers would cast an incredibly dark shadow on the Little Avenue Memorial Park community and its historic crown jewel, the cenotaph. As Councillor Nunziata well knows, this monument was deemed to be one of the finest pieces of architectural art in the city of Toronto, and one of the first to be properly, professionally, and lovingly refurbished by a well-known art historian last decade. All at a time coinciding with other important renovations to Memorial Park and its famed band shell. Plus, a grand stone archway was constructed to welcome visitors, complementing the river stone walls along the perimeter of the parkland. All these kinds of things have been done with consideration to the historic village's remarkable past, and very much embracing the Humber River Valley, which is just steps away from Main Street. The small town considerations created, brought, and indeed bring better quality of life to our very large city, where large urban areas often make it difficult to have those important personal and human connections, something we all grew to miss very deeply during the pandemic, and reportedly even tougher on the folks living in high-rise structures. Finally, Weston Asset Management has oddly come back to the planner's table with an even more monstrous structure than before, even though there is something appealing to its lower-level artistic renderings where it plans to incorporate some historic architecture at ground level. Councillors, we hope that you and the planners reconsider your pending approval of this developer's grand notion of what will make this community happy and healthy. Small town charming is what it once was for hundreds of years, and there are still plenty of good reasons to strive for something similar as we adapt to our future needs. It can be done. There are examples out there scaled to their own unique geography, like here in Etobicoke at Dundas and Burnhamthorpe facing the golf course. Lovely, multi-layered, multi-tiered development that slopes towards the green golf space. And in the case of Weston, this site is beautiful, and its geographical location it can't be found just anywhere, and it slopes gently towards the wonderful Humber River Valley. So most of us hope you choose more wisely. And there are many regular folks who have chimed in on this issue today, and I'm really grateful that they have as well.
Please wrap up, sir. You're out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tokar. I see no questions. Thank you. Just on a point of order, Ms. Madore, I'm going to ask the clerk to make a comment on your petition, just for the record. Nancy?
So I just wanted to state that there was no statement at the top of the petition which indicated that the signatories would know that the petition would be submitted as part of the public record or as part of the Etobicoke York Community Council item on the agenda. Joanne Madore has confirmed this morning that the signatories were indeed informed that it would be part of the public record and submitted here at the Etobicoke York Community Council. So she's confirmed that, and we'll just maintain that statement on the record as well, that was submitted as part of the public record, and we will include that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, our next speaker, Lisa Stevens. Okay.
She couldn't attend, but we brought her document that she wanted.
Okay, you can submit that. Thank you.
It's been submitted.
Okay. Our next speaker, Judith Nazuna. Online? Judith, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon. The floor is
perfect.
yours. You have 5 minutes to speak to us. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Weston and Lawrence community. As mentioned, my name is Judith Nasuna. I propose, my motion is to refuse or amend this project by the Weston Asset Management for the following reasons. I will begin with affordability. I've been living in this community for more than 10 years with my single mom, and affordability in this neighborhood has drastically changed. For example, due to the fact that there is immense development happening in our neighborhood that is certainly not for the residents in this community, and the real question is, who is this all for? To begin with, between Weston and St. Phillips, is it St. Phillips? And Phillips Street and Weston and Eglinton, there is 6 mega projects of condominiums that are currently being built. This particular project is neighboring 2 other big development projects on 1976 Weston Road and one at 1936 Weston Road. The issue with this is the demographics in this neighborhood are predominantly seniors, and for example, the youth represent 12 to 5% of the population in this neighborhood. And as we know, this is a priority neighborhood, a low-income neighborhood, whereby 35% only make up to $46,000 annually. And the second highest position is 22% are making $20,000 or $22,000 or less. So the issue that has been happening due to all these projects, and I'll speak to one that happened on Weston and John Street particularly, rent has skyrocketed in this neighborhood from in 2017. This particular building I'm in 299 Weston Road, a one bedroom was when my mom and I moved in 2011, it was $800. Right now, a one bedroom is $1,800 in our neighborhood, and particularly on Weston Road, some apartments are $2,000 for a one bedroom apartment. So the ongoing development is affecting the affordability of persons that are in this neighborhood, and that needs to be reconsidered. The more important issue, I'll go on to the next, my next point, which is the foodscapes. This particular development has existed with the elimination of one of our biggest grocery stores that was removed back in 2015, 2016. And a similar project that is just a few blocks away is also going to be eliminating another grocery store. And this is a neighborhood where persons have been able to age in place, and everything was convenient in this particular place. And my dream was also to have my children, to be able to send my kids to the grocery store to buy something for the house. But now we don't even have any grocery stores. However, what we are acquiring now due to these projects is an increase in fast food restaurants. If this project is to go ahead, there has to be accountability as to making sure that we are replacing these grocery stores, because it is required. This is a highly seniors neighborhood, and we need to make accessibility a continuous priority, as it has always existed in this neighborhood. My last point speaks to parking. In one of the projects in 1976 Weston Road, they mentioned how the low numbers of parking are related to the transit-oriented communities movement that is happening in Ontario. But the issue is, the assumption, because of the GO Transit, is all these persons are going to be able to pay $5 to go to Union Station. That is not comprehensible. So what would happen is all these new residents would have to be taking the public transit or driving. However, this particular project has 739 residents, and their parking space is only 167 vehicle parking for all these residents. So where are they going to park? Like I've mentioned, we have 6 or 5 projects within this area. That's almost 20,000 new residents.
Please wrap up. You're running out of time.
200
Please wrap up. You're out of time.
With under 200, perfect. Under 200 parking spaces and a multitude of bicycle spaces for whatever reason, are we assuming that people are going to be biking to downtown to their places of work? How can this be amended? Because this is not our issue.
You're out of time.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker, Ulam Swar, online. Can you unmute, please? Ulam Swar, can you unmute your mic? Can you hear us? Sorry? Unmuted? Are you there? Ulam Swar? No? Does it show them there online? Okay, well, we'll just go to the next one. We'll try them later on. Okay, our next speaker is Edward Mosey, video conference. Edward? Not there either? Okay. One more time for Mr. and Mrs. Sawar. No? No. Okay, our final speaker, Adam Brown. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. Helen Preto. Sorry, Ms. Preto, I apologize, missed you there.
Good afternoon.
Just pull that mic down there, welcome, and good afternoon, you have 5 minutes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors. I'm the owner of 1952 Weston Road, which is the property adjacent to where the project is going to be built. And my husband and I have a few concerns, and my daughter is here to help me to address some of the issues we have. Jennifer Prieto.
Hi. Thank you for hearing us today. So I'm Jennifer Prieto. I'm Helen Prieto and Tony Prieto's daughter. So just the one point we wanted to present to council is the existing building at 1952 Weston, which is the building to the east of the current proposed development. The property to the west is currently a parking lot, right? And in early 2000s, late 90s, as Ms. Nunziata will probably be familiar with, there were some arrangements made with the city to do a pedestrian walkway that kind of led from Lawrence Avenue and Humber River up to Weston Road. And there was a consent agreement and a beautification agreement that the city, that was entered into with the property owner and with the city. There was supposed to have been, there was mention in those materials to an easement that was supposed to have been registered in favor of the city to benefit the public, and the purpose of this walkway was to benefit the public and to provide access from Lawrence to Weston Road. Now, we understand that the plan proposed to be approved today seems to not be maintaining that walkway. They're considering building right up to my parents' property, which is the 1952 Weston, as I mentioned. And, just wanted to submit to council that the residents have been benefiting from the walkway for kind of 20 plus years. And new retail may benefit as well, kind of allowing people to kind of walk from Lawrence Avenue up to Weston Road. The current access will be from, as proposed, would be, I guess they'd have to kind of walk up Little Avenue and all the way around instead of a mid-block access point, which is what currently exists. And so just to submit to council today, if the developer wants to consider that, for purposes of their development. It might also benefit the residents of the new building, there being kind of 700 plus new condos, for there to be some green space on, the east side of their building as well, because currently I think there's only green space on Little Avenue, which, other speakers have spoken about. There's supposed to be a cultural space, and there's also a park kind of on that side, but it may be beneficial given the number of condos and residents that will be, enjoying that area, for there to be kind of green space and maintaining the trees and the, everything that was put in place there now, which was part of the 2002 agreements, for those not to be kind of ripped up and taken away. So that's the end of our submission.
Thank you. Question? Go ahead, question.
Yeah, so as you know, you own the building, but your tenant that's there is hanging clothes on the walkway, hanging clothes on the trees, which we mentioned to you many times that we'd like to have you stop that. But as you know, your tenant is not cooperating with the city. They're using the pathway to display their clothing and also hanging clothing on the trees. Do you think that's appropriate?
First of all, Councillor Nunziata, I don't see how that's relevant to the issue at hand, number one. And number two, you've got to understand that businesses on the main street are very difficult right now because of all the box stores, and so our tenants, the way they see to survive is to display and that's why they're using the corner of the building for that purpose.
When I understand, but how they're displaying is illegal. So I'm just want to mention that because you
It's
talk
within
about
the boundaries,
you
right?
talk about the walkway, but as well is the walkway, as you know, the way it looks now is
Well, the
not appropriate. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, may I
Yeah.
respond?
Can you stand in front of the mic, please? Just
So the easement that we're talking about is on the original survey of the property. And you know, you were involved in when these easements were put into place.
No, I understand.
Know exactly why these easements were drawn up and
Right. I understand that, but I just want to bring to your attention the issues that we've been having with your tenants for the last 10 years. I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
That wasn't the question, but okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions. Point of order, Deputy Mayor Holliday.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to place a motion to complete this item before we break for lunch.
Motion to complete this item. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Our last speaker, Adam Brown. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I have a presentation that we sent in that maybe can be put up, but I'm going to start while that's being done by just telling you a bit about this application. And it was an interesting start because in 2017, over 4 years ago, we went to a community meeting that we held before any application was in. And I remember standing up and saying something I typically don't say, which is, my clients are here. They want to hear from the community. The councillor held a formal community information meeting. We presented the original proposal and said, if the majority of people here don't like it, we're going to walk away. Because we were, at that time, not having a fully consolidated site. And we had overwhelming support back in 2017, but there were requests to go through a very fulsome and lengthy process. And we did. We had many community information meetings. We had consultation meetings with a working group. We had meetings with Heritage. We had meetings with the councillor. And we had numerous meetings with city staff. And I'm going to stop because city staff have done everything to help us make this proposal the best proposal it can be, as well as the community groups that we worked with. I can tell you that over that 4-year period, Mike Mitzi, Sarah Henstock, Amelia Sasso, Keir Matthews-Hunter and Deanna Chorney in housing, Dan DiBartolo and Ann Fisher in Heritage, Mark Peelan Legal, and Allison Reed and all her staff in urban design, because we've had a bunch of them through urban design, have given us great input to get to the proposal we're at today. This is not a simple application. It had a lot of complicated pieces that we put together. So if you look at the slideshow we presented, just to help you out a bit in terms of understanding it, if we can get that up. And just while we're waiting, and it also ended with a very positive Section 37 contribution that again is novel because we happen to have a Weston resident who's one of the principals of the company who agreed to not only do something in the long term for the Heritage Building, also something in the short term for the Heritage Society in the local area. So if we can pull that up. You don't?
We don't have your submission, but if we do, we could post it as a background, as a communication.
Okay. And you guys don't have the overheads. Let me just then summarize it as if I was showing you pictures. We have significant transit in terms of the GO and the UP system in the area. We have a significant number of buildings, similar heights in the 30-plus range that have been approved both historically and recently in the immediate area. We have heritage buildings which would have been incorporated into the base of the building. We made significant changes for the floor plates. We reduced the podium heights. We increased the sideway widths. We added sites to the proposed land area so we'd have better access point. We actually increased the parking spaces. We did everything we could to make sure we ended up with what we have today, which is a positive staff report. And again, many of those community groups we worked with and the Heritage Group we worked with were extremely positive with the end result. So I want to thank those people who were involved and took their time to come to all of those meetings. And again, I did submit that presentation with the list of those meetings to Community Council. And I want to thank everyone who came to all of the meetings we had, both virtually and in person, because again, I attended all of them, for their involvement, and I want to again thank city staff for the 4 years plus of time they spent on the file.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Questions of staff?
Yes, to Mike Mitzi, there was a question about the planning study on a motion that I moved a few years ago for Weston and Mount Dennis. And it was mentioned why Mount Dennis started and not Weston. Maybe you can explain that.
Sure, Councillor, through the chair. You are correct. On our work plan, a study for Weston is currently part of the department's go-forward work plan and is part of our budget review for should we need to acquire any consultants to assist. The decision made from a workload point of view and parsing out studies across the whole division was to go with Mount Dennis first. That's item number 11 or 12 later today, and move forward on that and at a later date come through Weston, but it is on our work plan.
Right, and so Mount Dennis went first because of the new up and the go and also the Eglinton subway, so that was, and Mount Dennis is where we have a lot of vacant storefronts, and that was chosen as first and then Weston second. It's in the queue, correct?
Through the chair, that's exactly right, Councillor.
Right. Okay, thank you. So if you can just give a brief comment on this application, and as you know, we've started this process since 2017.
Sure, Councillor, through the chair. As was mentioned by Adam Brown, the project's been here for a number of years. It's been part of intense review, I would say, over the last 6 or so months. And we have tried to address and mitigate the issues raised by the proposal originally. And as it went through the years, we've sculpted or ensured there's at least an appropriate separation, the orientation of the buildings. There's some stepping back to the neighborhood to the south or southwest. Generally, it's in keeping with our planning objectives and issues that are raised by these type of applications. So we're here with a supportive report.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Councillor Nunziata speak.
Yes, I do have two motions. If I can have staff put them on the screen. I'm not going to, they're quite lengthy, so I'm not going to. Okay, so that's the first one. That's part of the moving the recommendations from the supplementary report. Okay. And then the second one, which Nancy, I gave you this morning. Yes, that one, it's on the screen. And it's to amend recommendation 2. Okay. Okay, just to speak on it briefly, and first of all, I want to thank all the deputants that are here. So, as the applicant mentioned, we've been working on this application now for 5 years, and when the applicant did meet with the community prior to putting in their application, had a community consultation meeting, and there were some suggestions or recommendations that were made at the time. One of the questions was, why don't you acquire the rest of the property on Weston Road so you can build, so you can have more of a development rather than what was proposed at the time. And at the time, planning staff did have a few issues. Then there was another meeting in 2019, and so the applicant has been working with the planning staff now for a few years, addressing the issues from the community and addressing the issues from planning. And this is the report that we have before us. Now, one of the things I want to mention is we had a charrette in Weston about 12 years ago or so. And part of that charrette, and the community was involved in it, with the up and the GO station at Weston and Lawrence, that there was in the future, there were going to be a number of development applications coming in with intensification in the area with the improved transit, but because what we wanted was the transit to remain, and that we needed that transit improvement in Weston, which means a lot. And as you know, in Mount Dennis, we're doing the same. We have the Eglinton, we have the Go and the Up, and there's tons of applications in Mount Dennis as well. And the planning study report is here before us. One of the things I did mention to the applicant is for 3 Little Avenue. 3 Little Avenue, as you know, is a heritage building. And I suggested to the applicant that this building would be very beneficial to the community, and would be amazing for the community if we could repurpose that building, renovate that building, and have an opportunity to have a museum, community space, to give it to the community free of charge, part of the community benefits and part of Section 37. And this is actually even bigger than the one at Castle Point, because this will be an opportunity to have programming and to have the community use that space, for which we, as you know, we need space in Weston, and that's their community benefit to the city. We did meet with the Weston Historic Society, and the Weston Historic Society, as you know, needs a permanent space, and they're very excited that they would actually now have a permanent space at this site. And I think it makes sense when you have Little Avenue Memorial Park across the street. They can bring in all their archives. We can have the museum at this site, which is very much needed in Weston. And I think that, you know, that contribution in working with the city, and the applicant addressing all the issues from the city, which have been circulated, and Heritage Services as well commented on the application as well, and they're in full support of the application. So I will be moving the recommendations that we have before us, as well as the 2 motions, the amendment motions that I moved.
Thank you, Councilor Dunn. Have you put the motions on the screen? Just the amendments? Okay. There's the first motion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second motion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Just before we break for lunch, I want to move. No, we don't need that. No. Just before we finish, I'm going to move 3315, 2939, 2943 Bloor Street West zoning bylaw amendment application request for director's report. I have one constituent here that's got a medical appointment. I would just like to take the time to hear her speak, and then we'll go back to the regular order of business, but just one speaker on this item, if that's okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can I get Phyllis Stern to please come up? Oh, there you are. Hurry up. Good afternoon. 3315.
Yes, my name is Phyllis Stern, and I live at 34 Bermuda Avenue, line of proposed development being discussed in item E-Line 33.15. I'm on the board of the Sunny Kingsway. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm on the board of the SKCA, and I'm speaking for the board today. I'm going to be the only member speaking. In 2021, the settlement offer from the developer was approved by council. Item 3 in the confidential attachment to that settlement refers to this appropriate screening between the development and the Bermuda properties behind the development. This revised proposal now includes the properties to the west of the original 2915 development, and so it's much larger. We're deputing today just to clarify which properties will now be affected and to clarify what acoustic and privacy barrier is appropriate. While the 2021 settlement mentions appropriate screening, our discussions have been very vague, and as this development proposal has expanded, we wish to ensure that the fence is constructed to meet our concerns, both visually and acoustically. The laneway is going to generate noise from the now higher traffic due to delivery vehicles, for the now proposed 15,000 square feet of retail, garbage trucks, underground parking, etc. And given the expanded size of the site, the number of houses that will be directly behind this property has grown to 8. They are number 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, and 36 Bermuda Avenue. Our expectations are that a proper acoustic barrier be constructed, and some details appropriate for this location are 10 feet high. Examples of 10 feet high fences in the area are at the laneway just north of Bloor going east from the Brentwood Library, and also on some of the properties on the east end of Bermuda Avenue have 10-foot high fences. We realize that a variance is needed to the fence bylaw for this. The barrier should span the full rear yards of the properties listed above that I just mentioned. Gates are not needed. The barrier should be built on the resident's property. We have several acoustic designs which we could share that specify appropriate materials for an acoustic barrier. But the main detail I'm going to mention is the use of heavy and dense 2-inch thick tongue and groove western red cedar for sound attenuation. We have previously raised concerns about the acoustic barrier. Now council has before it a project that has expanded, and we want to make sure that council understands our concerns. Given that the price of materials and labors have increased already, we will likely continue to do so by the time the fence is constructed, and that the scope of this project has grown. It seems inappropriate to put a price limit on the project that was set out in the 2021 settlement offer, attachment to item 3. There's other issues that we'd be happy to work with the developer sooner than later, such as maintenance of the fence and timing of construction. We would appreciate that council give residents assurance that the sound barrier fence, including the variance, will be confirmed to the satisfaction of the residents sooner than later. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, just before I go again, I have to reopen 33-5 Weston Road. Councilor Nunziato's right, we have to move the amendment. So motion to reconsider, all in favor, opposed, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, opposed, carried. Break for lunch till
Thank you.
1:30. Thank you. Okay.
Test, 1, 2, 3. 30 seconds. 1, 2. 30. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can hear it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing.
See that car? No, they went there. He's driving around. You see the car all the time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
I call this meeting back to order. Quick releases. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 6.
1 second. Item 6, alteration of heritage properties and authority
Yeah.
to enter into heritage easement agreement 1974 to 1970 Weston
Yeah.
Road and 1984 and 1986.
Okay, hold
Weston Road.
on. I don't know if this, are you ready? You're not?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
How about, do I have those motions to introduce those two on the speed humps? No, not yet? Okay, how about birthdays, announcements?
So we can't do quick releases?
No, gotta wait, we gotta wait. All right, we gotta wait.
Oh,
And we are going to number 9 next, correct, Nancy? Six. We just finished 5, right,
yeah, we just finished 5.
Nancy? One. So,
I thought you said you couldn't
6.
do it because you don't have anybody here.
oh, hold on, 6.
6 is the heritage.
Wait a second. Our next item is 33-9, 49-16, 49-46 Dundas Street West, and 4-16 Bermthorpe Road Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. Final report. We have a couple speakers. Chris Tho. Okay.
Chris, so can you please connect your audio? Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, Muriel Marcia. Muriel Marcia, no? No? Okay. So we got no one online for 9, so I'll just move the staff recommendations on 33.9. All in, oh. I have an amendment. No problem. We'll have to wait. Is that Muriel?
Not 6.
Oh, how are you? Just one sec. One sec. We good?
Councillor, there is number 9. This item is one of the ones with a cash contribution.
Muriel just showed up, so just one sec, okay? One sec. Muriel, just one sec. Give us one sec. We're just getting organized, okay? Yes, Muriel, yeah. You can hear? Okay. Muriel, please come forward. We've got Muriel Marcia, Etobicoke Historical Society President.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I know you know the routine. You have 5 minutes to speak to us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I'm Mireille Marcia. I'm president of the Etobicoke Historical Society. And just speaking on behalf of the society, we wanted to make a statement regarding the buildings at 4916 and 4946 Dundas Street West. Sorry, I just rushed in from the parking lot.
That's okay. Take your time.
I didn't know how long you were breaking for lunch. So just making a statement, the Society's been around since 1958. As you know, we're here to help preserve and maintain the heritage of the former city of Etobicoke. And with that in mind, this building that we're looking at right now, which is the old church, the Methodist church from 1843, We know this is the second time it's gone back to planning in terms of getting the new plans done. And my understanding in my communications with planner Liu, that the east wall of the building will be destroyed in order to accommodate or be built into the planning for Amica, the new building. And our position would be that we'd like to see the whole building preserved. It's going to be celebrating its 180th anniversary of being built next year. And it's one of the last remaining buildings in the old center core of the village of Islington, the former village. We've lost a lot of buildings over the last few years, either to fire or demolition for progress, and I'm all for progress. But at the same time, we are looking to see this building, an amendment made to that planning where the whole building is still kept intact. It was originally a wood frame building. We recognize that fact. It was very common in the 1800s that buildings were later bricked over or paved or stone front walls put up. And so although the building's been altered since 1843, it's still an intact building from that period of the former village, which was the center of religion, commerce, and local government. And that's something we need to take into thought here. So we just want to make this proposal that we look at this building as being kept intact. And it's also very contemporary and contemporaneous with the cemetery that's right next door, which dates to 1844. We lost the Islington House about 25 years ago. We lost the other Methodist church from 1878, just 2 years ago, to a fire. And we're quickly losing buildings in this old former village of Islington, which formed the core of what later became Etobicoke, the central core. It's not the whole part of Etobicoke, but it is an important part. So we just like to see that recognized, and we know we cannot stop the planning for this building that's proposed and will likely be built, but just to respect the intactness of this building, this former church, and try to keep it as part of an integral part of the new development, but retaining all the walls rather than tearing down one of the walls. So I don't know if that makes sense, and I'm sure you might have questions. I hope that helps.
Sure does. I'll have a question first. So you've met with our planners, obviously, through the process?
2 years ago, we met with the planners through a planning event where we attended and made a statement. But we have not heard anything more since then. We do have a member of our board, Neil Park, who is part of the East York Preservation Panel, and he keeps us apprised of upcoming events.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you, and thanks for everything you do for Etobicoke. Yep, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for speaking to us. I know in your correspondence on this item, the Etobicoke Historical Society took a position that they disagreed with one of the consultant's findings about maintaining the central church, I think, the central property. I was going by memory.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's changed in the most recent plan. So is there a timing out of sync, or?
It is, you're right. We were also under the impression that with the recent plan, that the partial or whole parts of the building were going to be demolished. I communicated with planner Liu, and she said it's only going to be the east wall that will be torn down, and there'll be an incorporation, something being done there with the new Amica residence. So we are saying, we'd like to see the whole entire building itself preserved rather than even having a wall down. Just given the nature, it's been there almost 200 years.
Yeah, because I think the 1947 component at the back of the building is the part that's being looked at being changed.
Correct. And then the glass.
They improved, right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
So that we can't, we're not going to argue about that one, nor with the glass partition that's connecting the two buildings that was built, I believe, in the 80s.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions to staff. Mr. Mizzi, can you maybe just comment on the deputant's comments there with regards to heritage? I know it's kind of late in the game, but we've got an approval process recommendation before us. Can you maybe comment on the heritage?
Sure, Mr. Chair. On the site plan, the deputant's correct. There is a portion of the east elevation of the heritage building that will be incorporated into the newer development.
Sorry, Mr. Mizzi, we found the first deputant, so I think we're going to get them on the line if that's okay. Sorry. Did we get Chris Howe on the line?
Christel, can you please connect your audio?
Chris, you there? Chris, can you hear us? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, my friend. No? Oh, we're going to have to move on. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. Looks like you're having technical difficulties, so we're going to have to move on. So back to Mr. Mizzi. Mr. Mizzi?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in the report, attachment 8, the site plan, it does show that heritage building and a portion of the east elevation or east wall will connect to the new building. And it's discussed in the report in terms of this matter actually is going to the Heritage Preservation Board, I think on July 11th. So I think there's an acknowledgement of this issue. We're aware of it, and this was what was determined to make this building connect with the new one. Staff are satisfied, but if you require a more fulsome response, we do have heritage planning staff available.
That's good. Any further questions? Thank you. So with that, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and I'd like to first thank Etobicoke Historical Society for all the great work they do on behalf of the community day in and day out. But as Mr. Mizzi said, this is going to go to the preservation panel on the 11th. There's an opportunity to speak there. And Chris, if you're still listening, I'm sorry we couldn't hear your deputation. There's an opportunity for the preservation panel on July 11th. Get your comments in there. But I know our heritage people have looked at this, and I hear I'd love to keep it all. I don't think that's the case at this point, but the preservation panel, I think, would be the next avenue to do a deputation there. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendations before us. And I have a motion. There's my motion. The final, this just to deal with the non-residential building construction price index, calculated the city. Okay, so there's my amendment on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so let's go back to some quick releases. Councillor Nunziata, you had a number of releases, so you can maybe just read them off so Nancy can know what we're doing. Your mic, turn your mic on, please.
EY 33-6.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion from Heritage, and I just want to move that.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just move it.
I think I'll put it on the screen, or no? Yep. Stephen, you there? You have a release? No. Okay, the motion's on the screen.
There it is. Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 8.
Number 8, we didn't have any deputants here, so I'm just going to move the staff recommendation.
33-7-349 Queens Drive.
Right.
Zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Dundas has moved the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And the other one
32.
is number 32, the permanent closure of the laneway at 127 King Street. I'll just move the staff recommendation.
Do I have that one? I don't have that. Do you have that? 32? Yeah, we move that.
Oh, no, but didn't we hold it down in case it was a deputation? No?
No, it's been moved.
Oh, we already adopted it. Okay, sorry.
And then 7.
I apologize. 7 is Councillor Pruitt, so.
Yeah. So I will move, we'll move the staff recommendation on 33-7-3 Marsh Grassway, 7-11 Blue Grassway, 1 and 2 and 8 Dune Grassway, 4 and 7 Kane Grassway, 5, 10 and 40 Turf Grassway, 2-14 and 22-36 Needle Furway, And 5, Needle Freeway zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision applications. Final report. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So 3310, 8 to 16 Locust Street and 15 Oxford Drive rental housing demolition application. Final report. We have 2 speakers, Olson Christensen. Olson Christensen. No, not online. Adrian Frank. Online. Adrian, can you hear us? You're muted, Adrian. Please unmute. There we are.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear us okay?
I can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll make it quick. I will not use my full 5 minutes. I wanted to express gratitude as counsel for the owner and applicant, Fengate. I wanted to express gratitude to both staff and the local councillor for their work in reaching a collaborative settlement on this. You saw this matter back in February, at which time Community Council approved the settlement. And as you'll recall, this is a purpose-built development that will provide much-needed rental housing in the area. There is also a sizable Section 37 contribution here. And so as the rental housing application that implements that settlement, we would commend to you staff's recommendation here, which is approval. And once again, we're very grateful to have the support of the city in bringing forward a project of this nature. Subject to any of your questions, those are my comments.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And seeing no further speakers to the item, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, I'll just move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 3311, Mount Dennis Secondary Plan Final Report. Number 11. We have a couple of speakers. Peter Frampton, the Learning Enrichment Foundation. Peter Frampton.
Sorry, there is a presentation.
There is?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to briefly introduce staff who will just give a 5-minute overview of the Mount Dennis Secondary Plan. Rory McNeil, a planner, will be given the presentation with assistance from Andrew Farncombe and Matt Armstrong from our Strategic Initiatives Policy Analysis Group, and I turn it over to Rory.
Floor is yours, Rory. Thank you. Welcome. Rory, we can't hear you. Can you hear us? Rory, can you hear us? Huh? You're mute, Rory, you're muted there.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
We've got you now.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies. So thank you, everyone. I've been the project lead on the development of the secondary plan, along with my co-lead Vanessa Covello, who brought it to the study process itself. The extended study team is in attendance today, and we will be able to take your questions afterwards. I'm pleased to present to you the recommended secondary plan for Mount Dennis. So by way of introduction to the study area, this map shows the boundaries of the Mount Dennis area, which is uniquely situated between Upper River to the west and the Black Creek to the east. The core of the community is located at the intersection of Weston Road and Entrance Avenue West, which is also the location of the future Mount Dennis LRT and GO/Up station. As we have said many times throughout the study process, Mount Dennis is set to become one of the best connected parts of the city. So why do we need a secondary plan for Mount Dennis? Well, we know that the transit investment is one stimulus for change, but not necessarily the catalyst itself. The catalyst for positive change is the arrival of transit plus other stimulus through the establishment of a planning framework, including secondary plan for the area that involves significant community consultation and social equity improvements. This equation of stimuli can shape future growth and development in ways that can improve the quality of life for current and future residents. Mount Dennis Secondary is intended to leverage community improvements, create a balance of residents and jobs, and achieve social equity. A bit of background noise here that can be muted. So extensive community engagement was conducted through the Picture Mount Dennis study process, continuing into the secondary plan work. Engagement was conducted in 3 streams: Indigenous engagement, stakeholder engagement, and public engagement. This work continued this year with the local advisory committee meeting being reconvened on April 20th and a community consultation meeting being held on April 28th. Additional outreach was also conducted to engage Black-owned and serving businesses within the planned area. So through the planning framework process and expanded on in the work done for the secondary plan, 9 transformative moves were identified to encapsulate the big ideas that the secondary plan is intended to accomplish. So connecting people to the land, revitalize Weston Road, celebrate Indigenous cultures, expand the community heart, connect across the rail corridor, create a Mount Dennis for everyone, support Black and Afro-Caribbean cultures, develop an eco-neighborhood, and facilitate local job growth. To achieve the transformative moves, the plan is organized to include a parks and public realm plan, a mobility network plan, and a districts plan that will guide growth and development and community improvements. Each organizing element of the plan will be considered in relation to housing and housing affordability, inclusive economic development, and the creation of an eco-neighborhood, as well as the investment in infrastructure necessary to support growth, including parks and public realm, community service facilities, and servicing. In this map, you can see the recommended revisions to the land use plan, expanding the mixed-use designation along Weston Road and between Weston Road and the rail corridor will establish the growth needed to achieve some of the transformative moves. And this redesignation is critical to achieving the inclusive transit-oriented development in proximity to Mount Dennis Station. Additionally, new parkland is identified at the intersection of Ray Avenue and Bartonville Avenue East, which is one of several aspects of the plan intended to provide park space and for amenities for these areas of growth. On this map, you can see the district's plan for the secondary plan, which will be used to guide change. And of these districts, the mixed-use growth and mixed-use node districts will see the greatest heights in the plan area, while the mixed-use Main Street district is envisioned to respect the existing street wall and heritage of the area, while allowing for a share of growth consisting primarily of mid-rise buildings. The mixed-use Main Street district is key to supporting the redevelopment of Weston Road, and the residential areas, which are shown as section number 3 there, are also envisioned to see their share of increased density through compatible low-rise development. And of course, the employment areas are there to support job growth and potential future employment opportunities. And finally, during consultation, we heard about the importance of the valley systems in providing much needed amenity space and natural areas for the community. These areas are intended to be preserved and protected while improving the connection between the community and those green spaces. So next steps for the study and implementation work include that the secondary plan is expected to be heard at the July 19th, 2022 council meeting. That staff will continue work on urban design guidelines, zoning bylaw amendments, and listings on the Heritage Register into 2023, including further community consultation. That staff will conduct a mobility feasibility assessment for the primary mobility network in Mount Dennis, including Weston Road, and further assessment on the potential Mount Dennis protected major transit station area, which would enable inclusionary zoning. So thank you for your time. Our team is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rory. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move right along to our speakers. Peter Frampton, one more time. Peter Frampton, coming alive. It's online? We got him? Peter, you there? You're on mute, Mr. Frampton. We can't hear you.
There we go. How's that?
That's good. We can hear you. Welcome. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes, my friend.
Thank you very much, and thank you, councillors, not only for your support for the quilt on Weston, the Mount Dennis Quilt Project, but for the secondary plan and the thoughtful way that this has been brought forward. The Quilt on Mount Dennis program is really trying to integrate all of the community's vision, and it's been their vision for 40 years, and I've been with LEF 30. And so seeing one building bring that together is fantastic, but it's not enough. I'm delighted to see that the secondary plan will allow for that community vision to come forward. But I'd like to be here today to just say we support Francis Nunziata's, Councillor Nunziata's, the amendments that she'll be making for a Mount Dennis for All plan. Because it is such a welcoming community, because it's a community that has welcomed wave after wave of new immigrants over the decades, because it's an accepting community. And what's remarkable to this is it's a community that says, yes, I'd like more in my backyard. Given the growth that we will be expecting in the neighborhood, affordable housing, community space, programs, and economic opportunity become absolutely critical. And these are not normal things for developers to really consider. So we hope and trust that you will accept some of the motions that are being proposed. It will be a vote of confidence for a community that cares. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frampton. Seeing no questions, thanks for your deputation today. Our next speaker, Amina Yassin Omar. Online? Amina, are you there?
I am.
Oh, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes to
Thank
speak to
you.
us. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. As you've mentioned, my name is Amina Yassin Omar. I'm here to speak today as a resident of Mount Dennis and to support Council Nunziata's community recommendations. As everyone has sort of spoken about the rapid change of the Weston and Mount Dennis communities, and the rapid sort of arrival of unaffordability, we are excited to see that there are recommendations available to develop a Mount Dennis for All community action plan to complement and support city planning's Picture Mount Dennis secondary plan. We wanted myself, along with 227 other residents, attended a community event held on June the 17th, hosted by LEF and Councilor Nunziata. And during that time, as the MC of that event, we heard that we wanted specific actions and targets for affordable housing. We wanted plans that included confronting anti-Black racism action plan, the Indigenous reconciliation plan. We wanted economic opportunities and the natural build and environment, including but not limited to maintaining improved existing nonprofits and prioritizing affordable housing, creating opportunities for permanent and rent geared to income housing, rental housing. So that is my contribution. As I had said, at the end of the week, we will have a report on the outcomes of that event published on our website. And I'd encourage everyone who's here to check it out. It will be on the LEF website. We are here, like I said, to support Councilor Nunziata's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, our next speaker is Dana McBride, York West Active Living Center. Dana McBride. Online? Dana, can you hear us? And make sure you unmute. Dana?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Welcome. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dana McBride, and I'm here representing Suzanne Texera, Executive Director of York West Active Living Center. As a representative of a local community organization that provides programming to seniors, we have participated in several community consultation initiatives by LEF for feedback on the proposed Mount Dennis quilt. We support Councillor Nunziata and her recommendations. More specifically, we support the initiative to intensify and maintain affordable housing currently in Mount Dennis. We encourage and support to maintain and intensify local business in Mount Dennis, and identify actions to protect and improve the natural and built environment and public places. And last, but certainly not least, we encourage the city to enhance their support to the Mount Dennis for Action for All plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you for your deputation. Questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Nunziata to speak.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't, Michael, did you want to make a comment before I spoke?
That's not the rules.
Oh.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank staff first, Rory McNeil, Tunde Baxe from Urban Design, Andrew Farncombe, Matt Armstrong, Samuel Baptiste from Transportation Planning, and Poor Nazima from Heritage. And as well, I want to thank Vanessa, Sarah Henstock, Vanessa Cavello, Sarah Henstock. This planning study, it started a few years ago in Mount Dennis, and as it was mentioned this morning, as you know, we have the improved transit along Eglinton Avenue. We have to go in the up. I guess I should move my motions first. I forgot. I should know better than that.
You should, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Let me move my motions. I apologize. Okay, it's pretty lengthy, so if you can just go down. And then I'll read, when I speak, I'll just couldn't talk on it. Okay, so that area is being revitalized, and because we have the improved transit, and Mount Dennis is an area where we've been working with the BIA and the community on revitalization in Mount Dennis. We have a lot of vacant storefronts south of Eglinton, and with the Mount Dennis study is that we had a lot of participation in it, and Learning Enrichment Foundation participated in all the studies that we did in Mount Dennis. And they are now, Learning Enrichment Foundation is on Industry Street, and they want to relocate into Weston. So they've been working with the city planning, and they've been working with the Open Door on bringing affordable housing into, on Weston Road, which is 1240, 46, and 1250 Weston Road. And there's been a number of consultation meetings, which was very well received by the community. And just recently, we had a supper on Industry Street, and which was very well attended. And the community was very excited on the Learning Enrichment Foundation, on their application and what they're proposing. So the first motion is to direct City Planning and the Housing Secretariat to prioritize the review and reporting on the development applications for the Learning Enrichment Foundation Affordable Housing Project on Weston Road. The Learning Enrichment Foundation has now submitted their application to develop 135 affordable homes in Mount Dennis, and earlier this month, City Council approved $50,000 in pre-development funding to the foundation, which was moved at Planning and Housing and supported at Council. The second motion recommendations with several amendments to the proposed secondary plan to make it explicit that through the land use planning policies that staff are to seek to achieve positive housing, public realm, and economic opportunities for everyone. The third motion requests that the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services, to work with myself and the community to develop a Mount Dennis Community for All action plan to complement the secondary plan. The Mount Dennis Community for All action plan will be essential to using program tools to achieving positive housing, community diversity, and economic outcomes for the residents of Mount Dennis. The action plan will place several attention to supporting residents who face discrimination and exclusion from opportunity. The Mount Dennis Community for All action plan will help the city and community to also focus on the important question of engaging the federal and provincial government and being a part of the solution in Mount Dennis. And what a better time to be talking to and working with the federal and provincial government. As York Southwestern now is represented with a provincial member that is now part of the government, and I'm looking forward to working with our new provincial member, and also federally by the Honorable Ahmed Hossein, Minister of Housing, Diversity and Social Housing, Inclusion, and provincially by, and as I mentioned, MPP Michael Ford was just elected in our riding. I'm looking forward to working with our new MPP. Mount Dennis is a special but often forgotten part of the City of Toronto. The community is rich in diversity, yet has not shared in the prosperity of Toronto. The Mount Dennis Secondary Plan and the Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan is the opportunity to guide planning decisions and to ensure the necessary investments are made to support the people of my ward now and into the future. I'm delighted that after many years of talk, we are finally taking action. And thank you to all the city staff, which I mentioned earlier. And thank you, Michael Mitzi, for working with me on this plan as well. And
Yes.
and I have to thank Michael Mitzi.
Madam Speaker, do you see your time up there? I hope
Yeah,
I
I
get
know.
paid back these 2 minutes in
But I
council.
never talk. So thank you. And I'm hoping that council will support my recommendations. And I'd also personally like to thank Peter Frampton, that's with Learning Enrichment Foundation, and in particular, Sean Gatton, that is also working with the Learning Enrichment Foundation on this proposal.
It's 2.5
Thank you.
minutes. 2.5 minutes you owe me at council downtown.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you heard that. Okay, Councilor Nunziata's motions are going to go on the screen. There's three, correct? Three? Is that right? Three? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Congratulations, Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you very much to all staff
just
and
reset
members
your
of
clock
council.
now. Moving right along, 3315, 2939, 2943 Bloor Street West zoning bylaw amendment application, request for direction report. We heard from one of the speakers, and we're going to go to Sonia Coops. Sonia Coops? No? Tom Gaw? Sherry Peterson? Okay, we heard from Phyllis today. So just questions of our solicitor, Alex Siriano. I don't know if he's on the line. I think he should be on the line. There he is.
I'm here, Council.
Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you.
Yours okay?
Sir?
Thank you.
I can, yes.
I don't know if you heard, we had heard a deputy just before lunch. I think the big sticking point for the Kingsway Community Association, Sunny League Kingsway Association, is this fence that was agreed to, I guess, with the residents and the applicant. Really nothing to do with this report today. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. The reference was to an agreement to construct a fence on to the properties to the south on private property, so not on the subject property. That agreement was referenced expressly in the applicant's previous settlement offer letter that went before, that was dated July 2nd, 2021. And was endorsed by council already. So that was the settlement offer letter for 2,915 Bloor Street.
So it really wouldn't be appropriate for me to move anything here. It's between the developer and I guess the private property owners, correct?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. This is what is being discussed in terms of this fence is outside the scope of anything that can be secured by the city through a Section 37 agreement. And so that is why it's not included in the recommendations here. This is a private agreement between the owner, the applicant, and the adjacent property owners to the south.
That being said, I've asked you, you spoke to the other solicitor and they've agreed, is that correct, to work with the residents?
That's correct, sir. I had a discussion with the solicitor for the applicant, and he's confirmed to me that they're continuing to work with the property owners, including the new property owners that will now abut the site as a result of the extension of the two properties to the west, which is the subject of the request for directions report that is currently before Community Council here. And he's confirmed that he will continue, or that the applicant, I should say, is continuing to work with all those property owners on the fence, on the screening that is being proposed. So
Great.
it's an ongoing process, and they're continuing to work with all those property owners.
And you see the motion I'm about to move. You're okay with that motion I'm about to move?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
We're okay with that motion.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have no further questions. I'm prepared to move the staff recs, but I have a motion. Do you guys have the motion? So City Council encourages the owners to continue working with the abutting property owners to the south of the subject property on appropriate fencing and screening. So that's all we can do at this point. I know it's very important to the resident association, so I've asked them to keep working together to see if we can kind of a resolution on that fence, and that I'll move the staff recommendation. So on my amendment first, it was just up there. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. On item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3317, no, where are we going? Sorry. No. 3318, bear with me, 18. 301 Dixon Road zoning bylaw application preliminary report. Deputy Mayor Holidays, where we have a couple speakers. Frederick Billette. To call in? Oh, okay, so we have to reopen the 3318. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. To reconsider. And we have him on the call? Frederick, you're connected. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll park that one for a minute. We'll try Lalette Rye. No? All right, one more time. Frederick Billette. No luck? Okay. Questions of staff? Councillor Holiday. Deputy Mayor Holiday, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the staff recommendations. This is a preliminary report and request to set up a meeting. And if the speakers are listening, they should be clear that no decisions on this application, other than to have the meeting, are being held today.
Pull your mic a little closer. Okay, so Councillor Holiday, move the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3324, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 51 Edge Hill Road. I think we have Anthony and Tony down here. Gornick, again, Anthony, is that a? We're going to 24, but I have. Did I miss 20? I don't have speakers on 20. So I have an Anthony Gornick and a Tony Gornick. Is that the same? Okay, you want to be Tony or an Anthony? Okay. Anthony, please come forward. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Anthony Gornick as agent for 51 Edge Hill. Our submission today is for an exemption from the front yard gate bylaw and for a rear yard pool enclosure bylaw. I'll be speaking to you specifically to the front gate bylaw, and we have a representative here from Gippsland Pools to speak to the pool enclosure. The recently constructed home at 51 Edge Hill was carefully organized to be in keeping with the existing complexion of Edge Hill Road. Edge Hill Road has many stately homes and may be one of the most prestigious locations in Toronto. As a bit of history, during the initial design process for the new home, a submission to the Committee of Adjustments was submitted, and based on the decision, minor variances were obtained regarding scale and overall massing. With the C of A decision in mind, we feel the proposed new gate design to be consistent with the parameters the C of A established and coherent with the overall design of the current home that we see today. The majority of the proposed design for the gates is wrought iron, and by this, a very open and light design. We submit that the proposed gates to be appropriate and very similar with other gates on the neighboring homes in the direct vicinity. It is important to note the design is open and light, and it is not a tall, solid wall of cedar hedges or a tall, solid wall generally. And with the open and light design approach, we feel we have mitigated any visual obstructions. Another factor I wish to bring to the council's attention is the importance of security to the family. The DeCapels hold security in the highest regard, and the approval of this gate design will enable them to thoroughly enjoy their new family home for many years to come. As mentioned, there are many homes that currently have very similar gate designs, and by this, we are not introducing a condition that does not currently exist on the street. To support this, we have prepared a pictorial, and should you wish to consider this, we can submit it to you today. I believe I submitted it earlier today. We also have a few letters of support from 3 of the neighbors on Edge Hill, which we appreciate. So we respectfully submit that our application for an exemption to the front yard gate bylaw to be desirable, and most importantly, in keeping with the general complexion currently on Edge Hill. Thank you.
On the gate, how much higher are you than the bylaw permits?
12 feet.
No, the bylaw permits how high?
4 feet.
4 feet, and you're 12 feet? And you said there's others in the neighborhood that have that?
Not quite that tall, but very tall.
You don't know how tall?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Peter Frias? Freeze?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your time. Part of our request for the exemption is a review of the existing bylaw for the fencing enclosure for the backyard. We've had meetings with the inspectors, 2 of them, to do a full walk of the property. 3 sides of the property complied under current bylaw, being, excuse me, being a mix of chain link, ornamental fencing being wrought iron, and wood fencing, all in compliance or greater than compliance. All of it was at 6 foot, where minimum is actually 4 foot. The one section of fencing, which is the 4-sided fence bylaw, adjoining the division between the house and the pool area to the rear, has some factors due to the nature of the property. At the rear of the home that's newly constructed is an elevated porch or balcony. That porch itself has a center entrance with a walk down to the lower level, about a 40-foot elevation difference. The porch itself is elevated by approximately minimum 6 feet off the lower grade, and then we have the fence enclosure on top of that fencing. Current bylaw is a 42-inch glass enclosure or glass railing. Bylaw for fence enclosure is 48 inches. But due to the nature of the property and the elevation differences, we have no means of installing a fence enclosure in front of a wall. So by placing it at the top, we're actually approximately a 10-foot high wall that we want to use as a fence enclosure. There's no abutting adjoining properties, as the side fences are completely enclosed already. There is no resistance from any neighbors, as there is no requirement for adjoining properties to be adjusted or altered in any way. At this time, we're just requesting that the fence enclosure be used on the upper railing as part of the fence enclosure. The center gate is a 48-inch gate, which has already been inspected by the 2 different inspectors and passed.
Okay. So, Peter, you're with the Gibson, obviously, is that correct?
I'm with Gibson Pools, yes.
And Gibson, you do a lot of work in the area?
We do a lot of work.
So, in your professional opinion, this is a safe enclosure?
It's a safe enclosure greater than current.
I saw the pictures last night when I was looking at the report, but
Yep.
I saw the backs. But you're, for Gibson, you guys are
Completely
standing behind this?
We stand behind it 100%.
Great. Deputy Mayor Holliday, question.
Yeah, Mr. Freeze, I just wanted to clarify something. You said it was a 10-foot high wall, but that's from in the pool enclosure out.
That is from within the enclosure outwards.
So from outside the enclosure in, how tall is the barrier?
44 inches on the enclosure side or the house side.
Right.
Other than the existing gate, which is now centered, which is 48 inches.
So how did it go from 48 to 44?
The current railing bylaw is 42 inches. So by placing that railing with a 2-inch gap for water flow, it went to 44 inches. But being installed at the top of the platform,
Right.
there's the lower section of the platform.
But the pool enclosure fences are 48.
That is correct.
So
But
how did it get from 48 to 42 or 44?
the nature of the property and the current fencing that was used met current bylaw for the railing, not for fence enclosure.
Code, yeah.
That's why we're asking for the exemption on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brandon Griffin. Oh, that's you? You're not speaking? Okay. Questions to staff? Questions, staff? Councillor Hawley, your word to speak?
I do. Thank you for the people that came to speak today. I don't have concerns with the front gate, and I think it is substantially taller than the others in the area, but if you go down the street, you'll find out that there isn't really any standard. There are gates, walls, different things there. So that's an aesthetic issue. What I am not able to support today is the pool fence enclosure.
Pull that mic a little closer. No.
You got it, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I can hear myself, but I know you can't hear me. I'm not able to share, to support the pool fence enclosure exemption. And I don't say that lightly because it's a beautiful house. It's beautifully constructed. A lot of glass in there. And you know, there's parts of the work that we do that are not fun, and that's a decision like this. But I am extremely careful with respect to pool enclosures. And it still remains that it's a climbable fence from the deck side into the enclosure. And so I will not, but what I will suggest is that the committee, we all have experience here. You know, we'll put that to a vote, Mr. Chair, and others may have different opinions. But I am very, very concerned about opening a precedent where a guard is now substituting for the pool fence enclosure. And I never really understood how it got from 48 inches to 44. But it is what it is. It's a practical issue. It's before us. The committee will make a decision, and I understand it. But I wanted to make sure that my personal feelings on this were on record. And if I could find an easier way to solve this, I would. But it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I will speak. I'm going to be moving number 2 to grant the application for the gate and the fence enclosure. And with all due respect to the local councillor, I know Deputy Mayor Holliday's fast and firm on these pool enclosures. That being said, I know this company, Gibson, they've done a lot of pools in the area. I stand by their reputation. They've been before us here many, many times. I got a chance to look at the report last night. I'm very satisfied with the back of the pool, and I think the gate may be low, but it does fit into the neighborhood, and I will be moving to grant the exemptions for the gate and the pool. Seeing no further speakers, I guess you moved on motions, we'll just vote on mine. Is that right? Okay, so this is, I'm moving to grant the, okay, this is to grant the fence and the exemption. I'm moving it. To grant the exemption, Francis, okay?
You can take a recorded vote of the motion on the
All in
screen. Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Grimes. Any opposed? Councillor Holiday. That item carries.
So the grant the application carries. Okay, moving right along. Dixon. Bear with me.
26.
Okay. Request for fence exemption of the Toronto Chapter 44795 Great Oak Drive. We have a speaker, Matt Rayner. Online, Matt Rayner. Are you online, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, so I'm
You have 5 minutes, my friend.
great. Thank you so much. So I am Matt Rayner. I'm the homeowner at 95 Great Oak Drive in Etobicoke. We are applying for a fence height exemption today in relation to our property. We are just looking to plant hedges along the north side of our property, which would typically be limited to 4 feet under the bylaw, but we're looking to have those hedges planted and maintained at a 6-foot height. I'll note that due to the dimensions of our property, the north-facing property line is considered our front yard under the bylaws, but aesthetically and functionally, it is actually the side yard based on the construction of our home, as our front door is on the east side of the property. We are hoping to plant these beech hedges behind the property line to ensure that we have just a natural barrier to keep our 2 young children away from the street, and just to ensure that it's clear to guests and delivery workers and the sort that this isn't the entrance to the home, and that the size of the hedging will direct them to the true front of the home. I will note that the application submitted, originally we had planned a wrought iron fence with pillars between, and those were spaced about 8 feet apart. Since we submitted the application in February, the costs of that planned fence have risen dramatically. So we are now planning to install to beech hedges instead of that wrought iron fencing. We did speak to the individuals that handle the submissions to the fence exemption, and they did suggest that we could just speak to this change as opposed to having to submit a new application. So those beech hedges, again, will be behind the property line, and they will ensure that the look of at least the fencing is consistent with our neighborhood, as many of our neighbors do use hedges as sort of a natural fence. We will maintain them at the permitted height. Also note that the property line here is significantly back from the street. It's about a distance of about over 10 feet typically, and this new fence shouldn't impact visibility for any drivers. We do have photos that we can show demonstrating the positioning of the proposed hedges at a 6-foot height if that's desired, if anyone is looking for that. Otherwise, we did speak with our neighbors that would be in view of this fence, spoke to them about the planned height. We did have 3 of them sign a letter in support of the proposed fence. And we also took some feedback from our neighbors as well about revising some of the plans in terms of where it would sit and look based on their requests. As a result, we are hoping that you can provide your support for our height exemption request.
Thank you. You have a question from your counselor?
Yeah, hi, Matt. Thank you for speaking to us today. So I want to make sure I got it clear, because the clerk's going to get the motion ready, but you're changing your submission from the metal fence to a cedar hedge, and I think you want it at 6 feet. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a beech hedge, not cedar, but yes. 6 feet.
Now, I know you were in conversation with staff, and did they explain to you about the requirement to set back from the edge of the driveway 2.4 meters?
They did, and we would be in compliance with that.
Very good. So I'm gonna place a motion that covers those 2 pieces, just knowing that, just so you understand, and you can say, yes, I do, but we're kind of amending your application on the floor here, and that's clear?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Thanks for talking to us today.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Deputy Mayor Holiday to question staff. Deputy Mayor Holiday, the floor is yours.
Did we just stand it down for just 1 sec? We just make sure I get the right motion here. That's the motion for the next one. So if anyone doesn't think we didn't do our homework first, here we go. Okay, so I'll read it very quickly. We'll grant the exemption, the fence exemption permit to the property owners of 95 Great Oak Drive, thereby allowing the proposed fence to be built without alteration. But actually, we're doing it for a 1.83 meter, which is 6 feet tall cedar hedge fence, with the following condition: that the hedge comply with Chapter 447 1.2C, requiring that it be open or set back 2.4 meters from a driveway to allow an unobstructed view, and no exemption shall be granted for this requirement. And that really just says we're not giving you an exemption for that particular section, which you understand needs to be set back from the driveway. So I think that's what you asked us for today, and hopefully this works for you, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holiday. The motion is on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that was number 26 is done. Okay, just before we move along, I need a motion to introduce 3352 to 3354. Three motion I'm introducing. All in favor? Hold on. We already introduced those? No, we have just a second. Hold on, Francis. The traffic pulling ones, I don't think I introduced those ones. 52, 53, and 54, I did not. We did? Okay. Okay, they are introduced, okay. Okay, there we go. I knew we had some new ones. Okay, moving right along. We're gonna go to 3327, applications. I don't have 25. Oh, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Chapter Code 7 Closter Court. We have a speaker. I don't have their name, I'm sorry. Huh? Oh, here she is. Hi, Lena, how are you?
Hi, good.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
You
for
just
having
maybe
me.
bend that mic around so we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration of our application. My name is Elena Sikorsky, and I am homeowner of 7 Colchester Court in Etobicoke. I have a young family, and we are proud residents of the community. We are building a pool in our backyard, and we have all appropriate pool permits. I'm speaking today to ask for a fence exemption due to the material that our fence is made of, which is vinyl. Currently, vinyl is not considered an approved material as per the municipal bylaw. We have inherited this vinyl fence from the previous homeowners, and we've been very pleased with it. We have no issues, and it is in exceptional condition. Our fence is extremely hard and sturdy. The fence is 6 feet tall, has steel concrete install posts, heavy-duty rails, and the walls are made of a thick PVC. I've met with multiple municipal standard officers who agreed the fence is sturdy and meets the physical requirements for safety. Most important, we argue that our vinyl fence is unclimbable, and we feel that it's safe for not only our family, but the entire community. It would be a disadvantage for us and our community to have to remove the fence and rebuild a new one. The environmental and monetary costs of throwing away a good fence is unnecessary to bear. In addition, throwing away a good solid fence to build a more climbable chain link fence, which would be considered a safe material by the bylaw, doesn't really make sense to us. Changing the material provides no benefit to our neighborhood. Lastly, from an aesthetic standpoint, currently 6 Colchester Court, the house beside us, shares this same fence, and therefore we'd have to change the unified fencing between us. From an aesthetic standpoint, changing this would be a disadvantage to our community. We have many letters from neighboring properties, which I believe you have, speaking to these points. We feel a new chain link fence to replace our vinyl fence would be a downgrade in both the safety and aesthetic for our community. Thank you for your time.
You have a question from your counselor?
Thank you, Ms. Sikorsky.
Yeah.
You know what, I just going to say I really appreciate you coming. As I understood, you weren't going to come today because of work, so
Yeah.
committee members, it should be noted, the
Okay.
effort. Can you clarify, I think staff from MLS came out and checked the fence, is that correct?
He came out a couple days. Actually, I've had multiple different officers come, and they've all actually been surprised that it's vinyl, because from the outside, if you look at it, it just looks like a solid wood fence. But yeah, he came around and inspected it.
Okay, and you know why you're here, because we never know with a vinyl fence. There's so many
Exactly.
standards. Some are good, some are more questionable.
Mhm.
Are you okay if I put an extra clause on there that just asks you to keep an eye on that fence, and if there's loose or stretched panels, you deal with them right away?
For sure.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for speaking to us and taking time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Questions of staff, Deputy Mayor Hall?
Mr. Purba, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Councillor. I'm here.
Thank you. I just wonder if you could confirm for the committee and for the record, you had a chance to go out and have a look at the fence, and were you satisfied that it was sturdy?
Yeah, so I did arrive on site. I did take a look around the perimeter. The fence is built pretty good, and it did withhold as much weight, or it provided as much support as a chain link fence, in my opinion.
Thank you. And in your opinion, in your inspection, it was safe and otherwise not climbable?
Yeah, I didn't see any issues in terms of the climbability, and it is about just over 6 feet tall, so there's no issues in terms of getting over it, and no openings, no gaps, nothing like that.
Thank you, Mr. Purba.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Councilor Nunez, you had a question?
Yes, sorry, just on the comment the staff made. So if you, what I don't understand, if you don't have any concerns, like I don't understand why this is here. Is it because,
It's the,
but did they receive a complaint or like?
they got to
Okay.
inspect it. They got to inspect it.
Okay, it just seems
Deputy
like,
Mayor Hawley to speak.
okay, thank
No,
you.
they got to.
Yep, I am going to move to grant the exemption for 7 Colchester Court. Motion's on the screen, and I'm going to add clause number 2, which I think is a good idea with the plastic fences, is just to ask the homeowner to inspect it and keep it in good repair, stable, upright, integral condition, and that it be free from broken or stretched parts or loose elements which may be easily removed, especially by small hands. You have big hands, small hands. Hopefully my colleagues, you'll support that, and I would just say that, yes, I appreciate everyone's time on this. The pool fence bylaw doesn't allow for plastic fences. They're still relatively new, and as I said in my questions before, some are great. Mr. Purba has inspected one, and sometimes some of them are questionable, and we got to go through the extra work at Community Council to make sure that we're protecting safety. Thank you.
Let's talk about broken and stretched parts, like me. All in favor of the motion on the screen? Opposed? That is carried. You're good. You got your exemption. You got your exemption. You're good.
Now you have to invite us over to swim.
Yeah. Okay, going on to 3327, application to remove a private tree, 4 Hamlin Crescent. Rob Zraka. Oh,
Good afternoon.
Rob,
Your
thank
day's
you.
coming to an end.
Thank you for your patience, my friend.
No worries.
Got to get something off the printer. This is part of this.
Oh,
I brought along copies, so. Yeah. No, I apologize that I didn't send them out earlier, but I do have copies here of engineer's report and as well some
We're good.
drawings I did. So there, if anybody.
okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. While he's passing those out, let's just do this. Stephen? No. While we're waiting, just
I can do 2 things at once.
okay. I got 3 items we've got to add to the agenda. One is level 2 pedestrian crossover protection on Renforth Drive at Toledo Road, and I have traffic calming on Government Road and traffic calming on Earlington Avenue. So I need a motion to add those 3 to the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Going back to Mr. Zraka. The floor is yours, sir. You have 5 minutes to speak to us.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Council, to give me the opportunity to speak in front of you. My name is Rob Straka. I've been living in Etobicoke for close to 50 years. At our house, my wife and I have been there for 22 years. And I reached out to Councillor Holliday a while back. So basically the background is that we have a tree that's damaging our foundation. And it's going to cause major repairs for us and at quite a high cost. We would ideally like to keep the tree. It's a healthy tree. Unfortunately, our foundation is cracking in several places. The driveway has significantly risen and elevated the ground around the property. My wife had reached out to several arborists to do some pruning that we do almost on a yearly basis. We had 4 of them come in. All 4 of them said that the tree is causing the damage to the foundation. They said the damage could be caused by the roots, or it could be caused by the roots changing the elevation of the ground around the tree. I also then reached out, and our first application was denied, so we reached out to an engineer who I found locally, and he came out to the house and he prepared a report which I've provided you with. I also prepared a couple drawings that show that the tree in question is 78 inches from our house and 72 inches from our neighbor's house. Any research I've been able to find online says that trees that diameter and that size should be at least 20 feet from a house. After speaking with the engineer, he said that we're going to have to hire a firm specializing in foundation repair and underpinning of foundations, the concrete slab or foundation. And he indicated to do that properly, we'd have to dig up around the front corner of the house. So basically, we have a single car garage that along the front and about 6 to 8 feet down the side. As I said before, the tree is only 78 inches away. They would have to dig 3 to 4 feet. He believes that that would leave the tree, would undermine its structural integrity and potentially give it a higher risk to fall and damage either our home or that of our neighbors. The engineer estimated the repair costs could range from anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 for the foundation, and that's not including repairs to the flagstone walk or the driveway. And basically, I'm asking for your help and understanding in granting us the approval to remove the tree. The drawings you'll see I supplied, we have a relatively small property. The one drawing is for Hamilton lot overview, which is down in the bottom left corner. On our property, we have a linden tree in the back that's about 75 feet tall. Its canopy is around 40 feet. We have a birch in the back corner. We have a locust tree that's by the back deck, which is also about 60 feet tall. Our neighbor's house adjacent is the maple. His maple was causing damage to our foundation 2 years ago. It caused root damage. We had to have the whole side of the house dug up, and it was around $15,000. In the front of the house, we have a catalpa, which is also about 50 feet tall. The elm is in the red square, and that's the one that's close to the house. The elm is also blocking our neighbor's spruce, which is about a 60-foot spruce tree. And they were saying that if we get the chance to take down the elm, the spruce will thrive in those conditions. And yeah, I think that's it.
Questions?
Questions by your counselor?
Mr. Straka, thank you, first of all, for your patience today. It's been a long day, and I know this is really important to you, and I think the committee appreciates it that you've taken time to talk to us. Just for these drawings, they're not in the staff report, and so you prepared these to give us context. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many trees do you have on your front lawn?
On the front lawn, there's currently 3 trees.
And your neighbors?
One has 2, and the other has 1.
Right. And so there's a lot, and then there's several more in the backyard. So is it safe to say there's a lot of trees? You know, this is not the only tree that we're talking about here. You're almost forested.
Yeah, and one thing I omitted to say earlier, and I can supply receipts, we have spent upwards of $25,000 maintaining the trees on the property since we've been there with arborists, because as those trees mature, you have to thin them out. And we love trees. It's just this one is causing foundation. The engineer's report, again, also showed all the cracks in the foundation. So up from the, and I didn't even notice those till he pointed them out to me, because I only noticed the ones at the front. But it's going to be quite a construction project to fix.
So you went so far as to retain an engineer to figure out what was going on with your front wall?
Yes.
Okay, so that's beyond just an arborist report. So you made an application, the city said, I'm sorry, the tree is maintainable. You basically have to dig up, keep the tree the way that it is, but that doesn't deal with your foundation wall, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's why you're here before us. Okay, and if I've got this right, the elm tree, as much as you like it, is 70 inches from the corner of your neighbor's house and 78 inches from the corner of your house.
Yeah.
So it's almost, holding up this piece of paper, but my colleagues have it, it's almost in between the two houses, but it's just on the front of it.
Yeah.
And so the roots are growing between the houses, the roots are growing in front of the houses, under your driveway.
Yeah.
And
the last time we had the driveway repaired, there were significant cracks, and the driveway wasn't old. It was from the tree roots. And the engineer supplied drawings where when we moved into the house, the ground was level, and we have a patio stone walkway that the people before us put in. That walkway in an area of about 6 feet is now 8 inches out of level.
Right. And so this is the telltale one at the very end. The last picture shows the amount that your wall is now out of level next to that tree. And your house is how old?
About 25, 26 years old.
Right. And so that was a small tree when you built the house, and it's now grown. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us today, for answering my questions, and for preparing these documents for the committee. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers,
I will speak.
Deputy Mayor Hawley, the floor is yours.
Madam Clerk, if I could move the alternate rec, which is to grant the approval to remove the tree. And if I may ask very quickly, if you have them available, I did send a couple of my own pictures. And the reason why I want to talk about this is because the removal of trees final delegation is now here at Community Council. I believe so. I believe this is a delegated item, Madam Clerk. Indeed. So this will be one of the first. So, it behooves the committee to do our diligence and get into the public record some of these pieces. So do you have those pictures, Nancy? So I mean, part of the job is to go look at the tree and say, does this make sense? We'll get those pictures up, but I wanted to make sure that I saw what was going on, and I don't, Nancy, you can just scroll down, but there's the crack in the wall, and if you pause on that one, if you look at the bottom of the garage door, sort of where that level in the engineering report was, you can see it's actually twisting inwards, right? It's no longer level. It's curling away from the tree, and if you keep going down there, Nancy. I know it's sideways. I mean, this is a view of the front of the two houses to give you an idea. I counted 9 trees in the front. Some of them are cedars. They're a little smaller. And if you can keep going down a couple more, Nancy. So there's the tree in between the two houses. And you can even show the next one down. You can look to see how much the dirt is lifting. So it's pushing against the house. So the way I described it is you got like a 4-legged chair in the corner of the garage is one leg. You can see it bending inwards, and it's shown by the cracks in the concrete. The house is moved. So I think this is a big job to repair. I'm prepared to support this. I know we have to do our diligence. It's a big, beautiful tree. I get it. It's growing up inside other trees. I think these citizens, Mr. Straka and his neighbor, because it's right between the two houses, really have contributed to the canopy in the area. But sometimes trees are planted in a place where they wasn't a good idea, and they grow, and now we're at this point, it doesn't make any sense anymore, and Mr. Straka has to undergo very expensive repairs, which may ultimately end up removing the tree anyways. So, colleagues on council, Mr. Chair, I hope you'll support my motion to remove the tree, and rest assured that a lot of diligence was provided, and while the staff report may be true in its facts that, you can maintain the tree, how many times are you going to dig up the driveway, and how many times are you going to reset the concrete wall for it to move again? So, hope you support it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hawley, motion to remove the tree. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 28. Applicant to remove private tree, 50 St. Philip's Road, Robert Ackerman. Online, Mr. Ackerman's online. Mr. Ackerman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for your patience.
Great. Thank you very much for allowing me to present today. There's 4 trees that we would like to remove on the property that was not supported by ravine bylaw. The first one is an oak tree on our 10th hole. And the request here is based on sunlight and playability. So previously the club has conducted shade studies around every green so that we can be sure that we have adequate sunlight on the green to grow a healthy turf. This tree was not included in the previously approved removals. These were done maybe 10 years ago. We tried to prune this tree in particular instead, and we've not been able to achieve the desired result. This tree also has a severe impact as it's growing on the playability of the golf hole, so it's affecting the golf course architecture. The other 3 trees are on our 16th hole, and Two of those trees are Norway maples, so non-native Norway maples, an invasive species. And one of them is a linden. And these trees are actually a safety issue. So they're encroaching on a tee, and it's come to my attention that players at the club are then aiming for adjacent properties, hoping to hit a shot that will move the ball back into the fairway. So I think it's a serious safety issue that has come to my attention, and I think I need to rectify. So, and I'll just speak to the golf club's history. So we're 107 years we've been contributing to the Etobicoke community. We have 150 employees. Got a very cooperative history with municipalities in the province. So often, we're called upon for by law enforcement for garbage to clean up around the perimeter of our property that's not generated by us. We happily do it to contribute. We've been very cooperative with, I've been here for 20 years, but Metrolinx was here for probably 5 years on our property. We have extensive work with City of Toronto's sewer projects that, again, we happily cooperate with and accommodate them. We're currently very much in a positive relationship with those that are moving forward with the Mid-Humber Gap project, cooperated with that group for over 2 years. Long history of community service. We've actually got a charity golf tournament going this year. It's going to be benefactors are going to be the Weston Area Emergency Services Group, plus Frontlines. And tree removal on our property is only proposed when it's required to appropriately operate our business. Any removal request is founded on the principles of safety, science, and golf course architecture. And by the way, any removal is expensive, so there's a cost to the club to do this. We work with a highly regarded professional arborist, Philip Van Wasner, and Philip is a man of great integrity. He's not going to let me put forward something that he won't stand behind. Part of our tree management plan, we've dedicated 5 acres of our 175 acres to reforestation. And in my history here, I've seen what we planted in these areas flourish, so we're adding to the canopy of our property. We've introduced new species to the property. We harvest genetic material from the property and grow it in a nursery on the property. We host U of T students from the forestry students, demonstrating to show them some of our tree preservation initiatives. And the club, we have an inventory of trees on our property. We have over 3,000 trees on our property. And our golf course woodlot requires maintenance that's different, I think, than most properties that the city has to consider. And I hope you keep this in mind as you consider my request. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I have a question by Deputy Mayor Holliday.
Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Ackerman. The staff report says, among many things, that if we grant this request, that they recommend 20 replacement trees. Is that something that the golf course can accommodate?
100%.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question. You mentioned, I didn't get what you were, when you mentioned Frontlines. What is it with Frontlines that they're doing at the golf course? Are you talking about their annual fundraising that they used to have before the pandemic?
No, we have a new one started this year. So the club has a charity tournament that's going in September.
Okay.
And Frontlines is a benefactor of that event.
Okay, and then you're working with.
We're talking trees.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just.
Yeah.
But you also mentioned that you're working with for the Mid-Humber Gap, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions to staff? No? And my condolences on the loss of Tom Milligan, great member at your course for many years. Deputy Mayor Holliday.
Absolutely.
Unless you want to compete with me for it, I would like to move the alternate recommendations, Mr. Chair, and thank the operators of the golf course for speaking to us today to put some context to the report.
Is he with the Western Golf and Country?
So I'm going to move the alternate rec, which grants the removal of the trees and asks for 20 replacement trees. That's what the staff have recommended as appropriate. Respecting staff, I mean, they've prepared the report for us, and their bylaws reads pretty simple. If the tree is healthy, you're not allowed to take it out. But I will take note, and I'm going to guess that my committee members will share the view that, you know, golf courses are special things. They are something that's constructed entirely of organic material, right? Soils, grass, plants, trees. Club's been around for 100 years, and the trees are their assets. So I put trust in the applicant if they're coming before us to community council to say they need to take these trees out for very good reasons. I respect that. I suspect that they would never take them out unless they really had to. And therefore, you know, the bylaw doesn't give any consideration to that particular concept. And so I think it would be reasonable for this committee to grant that request to remove the trees, knowing that I'm sure that they'll plant 20 more, if not even more than that. And this is a necessary thing to ensure that the golf course operates properly and safely and maintains the health of the grass around the trees as noted. So thank you for that. I hope you'll give consideration to my motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holiday. You wrote your speech just like I wrote it. You read it just like I wrote it. Deputy Mayor Holiday is moving the granting of the removal of the trees. All in favor? Recorded vote. This is number, recorded vote.
On the motion on the screen, all those in favor, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Holiday, the item carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, just 1 second.
I think it's already passed.
We've already dealt with it.
Yeah, Locust.
Yeah, we already did Locust. What number was that? Hold on just a second. I haven't got it here for 1 second. Okay, number 20. I'm sorry, Locust Street, we already dealt with, my friend. We've already dealt with the item.
I called in this morning at 9 o'clock, and for whatever reason, I couldn't get in.
Yeah, we tried to get you, yeah.
And then I switched to video, and I couldn't get in.
Yeah, we were trying, yeah.
All due respect, she was the one that said she was.
What number is Locust?
You got my email. I sent you a couple emails saying that.
So, sir, come forward. Come forward. And is that your son or your daughter? I can't tell. She can sit with my chief of staff there if she wants, or she can stand with her dad, whatever she wants. And what's the number of it? 3310, motion to reopen to hear this gentleman's deputation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried? We've already dealt with it, but we're more than happy to open here to hear from you today, sir. And I apologize for the inconvenience this morning.
Okay, I just couldn't get in. I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm not opposed to the development. I live at 6 Locust Street, and I think that once that area change over, it's going to be the most beautiful spot in Toronto. My only concern that I have, and I don't know if I submitted a letter a couple of weeks ago that I was told was going to be part of this. I submitted a letter. I don't know if you have it.
We would have it. I'm sure it would be here if you submitted it, yes?
But my only concern is that I live in a semi-detached, and they bought the other half of the semi, and from what I'm understanding that they're going to demolish it. And I'm just asking, I don't know if it's possible for somebody to read the letter that I submitted, but I'm pleading to you guys to take the safety of me and my family into consideration when you're giving them permission to demolish, specifically number 8. It is 6 and 8 and a few more houses. I'm not opposed to the demolition of the other houses. I just would like you guys to hold off on giving them permission specifically for number 8 until me and them have worked out the details for them to demolish number 8. Like one of the stuff that I said in the letter is that me, my daughter, my wife, and a young baby live in that house. And one of the things that I'm asking them to do is to work with us to relocate us. The house is 100 years old. I don't want to be in a house where they demolish the house and me and my family perish.
We're going to have our Director of Planning, Michael Mizzi, comment, okay? Thank you. You can sit down now. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just reacquainting myself with this report, yes, there's 6 rental units that are to be demolished, but they are to be replaced. And in fact, under recommendation 1A, it even speaks to that there'll be 6 replacement rental dwellings on the subject site for a period of 20 years. And if you go through the remainder of that motion, there'll be assistance provided for such relocation. So I think it's been factored into
I think
this.
what he was saying is his half of his being demolished, but not his. Is that correct?
Yes, my house is
Your-
not.
oh, yours
being
is
demolished.
not.
He's
I
half of it.
live in number 6. I own number 6, and me
Yeah.
and them, unfortunately.
Okay, so sir, this is the Director of Planning. Take that into advisement, and your counselor right here, she'll talk to the applicant, and you can talk to your counselor's office, Counselor Nunziata, but we hear you, and we'll talk to the
Yeah, we can follow up.
We'll follow up, okay?
I just don't want to be in the house.
We understand.
while they do it.
Yeah,
No, right, and you're in number 6, right?
I'm number 6.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Thank you for coming down.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I'm glad we could help you out today.
So I follow up with
Yes, Counselor Nunziatis, yes. Okay? Thank you. Did your son want to speak? Want to say hi?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. EY 3320, request for fence exemption 15 Van Dusen Boulevard. That's in my ward. Number 20, I will be moving, sorry, I got all the, I'm moving the ultimate recommendations to allow the fence exemption. Grant the applicant, moving number 2. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 21, request for fence exemption 17 Van Dusen Boulevard in my ward. I'll also be moving the number 2 to grant the exemption. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 22, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447104, Meadowbank Road in my ward. Oh, I'm sorry. Ward 2. You got my name behind it. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Holiday. The floor is yours. Questions of staff?
Questions of staff. I wonder if Mr. Purba is available.
Still here, Councillor.
Mr. Purba, I know I did receive an informal heads up that maybe the circumstances had changed on this application. Are there any updates to the report that you could provide me?
I don't have any new updates as of today,
Okay.
unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Purba.
Deputy Mayor Holiday.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm moving the staff recommendations, which is to refuse to grant the application for an exemption permit.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3323, request for a fence exemption on the Toronto Code, Chapter 447191 Gamma Street. That's been my ward. 23. I'm going to move number 2 to grant the fence exemption. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3327, applicant remove a private tree. 4, we already dealt with that one. 3328, applicant remove 4 private trees. We already dealt with that one. 3344, parking amendments, Yates Castle Drive. That's in Councillor Pruitt's ward. I'll move the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I think we're on to new items. So, amendments to parking regulation to accommodate accessible needs during construction of Fairbanks Silverthorne Project, contract number, That's your ward, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, I'll just move it.
Move the item. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3350, changes to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management Wards 3 and 5. Councillor Nunziata.
I don't think that was mine.
That's the business improvement. I'll move the staff recs on.
Is that yours?
That's both of ours. It's just the
Oh.
BIA.
Oh, okay.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3351, installation of an all-way stop at the intersection of Boyd Avenue and Merrill Avenue. Councillor Nunziata.
I'll move it.
Recorded vote. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. 3352, poll for traffic calming, Richardson Ave between Beachboro Avenue and Longborough Avenue. Councillor Nunziata.
I'll move it.
Councillor Nunziata moves to stack recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Opposed.
3353, reopen 2540, poll for traffic calming, Guestville Avenue.
Yeah, that was staff asked to.
Motion to,
reopen it, yeah.
have to reopen. Motion to reopen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Nunziata.
On the recommendation.
You moving it?
Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. EY 3354, reopen EY 2541, poll for traffic calming Pine Street. Motion to reopen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Nunziata.
And I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata's recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3355, level 2 pedestrian crossover protection on Renforth Drive at Toledo Road. What do you think, Councillor Nunziata? Would you support this one?
Is this, what is it? What is it?
Level 2 pedestrian crossover protection on Renforth Drive at
don't
Toledo
know.
Road.
I don't
Deputy
know.
Mayor Holliday, what would you like to do?
Is staff recommending it?
Nobody
or-
move this for you?
I would like to move it. Mr.
Deputy Mayor's
Chair.
moving
It's a report request.
Report request. All in favor? Opposed?
Mine was a request too,
Carried.
Councillor Holiday.
Traffic calming, 3356 Government Road. I'll move my recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Traffic calming, 3357 Earlton Avenue in my ward. I'll move my recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Opposed.
Nancy, are you with us? Fastest chair in the West. I think we got everything, don't we? Huh?
On a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Before we break, in reviewing the motions for EY 33.4 in the record, I noticed that there was some duplicate motions, and it's just by the very nature of all of the work that we did to get this together. So if we could reopen the item and reconsider it, correct, Nancy?
What was the number, sorry?
Yep, this is EY 33.4, which is 900 to 940, the East Mall Development application.
Motion to reopen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Deputy Mayor Holliday?
So I have a series of motions which really just replace the ones that we had already placed and removes the redundant ones. And there is one very small change, which I don't have in front of me, which adds a couple of words to item 7J. And I'll read it in its entirety. So I move this and I'm amending my amendment. And that's on the advice of staff, by the way. Provide drawings and implement the north driveway being limited to a right turn out movement only with an angular channel, with the intention to remove the requirement for no right turn on red prohibitions at the intersection of the East Mall and Eglinton Avenue. And with that, I will say thank you to staff for helping me get all of these pieces together, and I hope you will support these motions once again.
And I see staff nodding their head somewhere. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So before we just break. 1 second. I'm speaking something. Is Henry Tang still on the line there? Henry? Is Henry Tang, our senior planner, still on the line?
Not sure if he is.
Anyway, this is Henry's last meeting. Henry's been a senior planner up in North Etobicoke for many years, and he's moving on. He's leaving us, but we just want to acknowledge his last meeting with us today, and I thought he'd be on the line. But He's just going to the dark side. So we're going to miss him. But Henry, congratulations and all the best in your future endeavors. So, Councillor Nunziata.
Well, okay, I didn't know Henry was leaving.
Do you have a recorded vote on that?
But what I do want is I want to thank the staff that are here, Nancy, all the staff, clerk staff, Michael, Planning, all the staff that are here in Etobicoke. As you know, this is our last community council meeting before the election.
Election? What election?
Today, I know was a very stressful day on the number of items we had, and I know that some of the councillors really push on these motions, and I really appreciate your support and your work in this council chambers.
I was going to say
Michael
that too.
Nancy.
And our IT guys over here.
That's what it
awesome.
says,
Trying to get
everybody
people
in
on
the
the line. Are
council
you there?
chambers.
Anyway.
Everybody
right the
that's
back.
here.
And I want to say thank you to.
Oh, what do the bills? You know, there's an election coming up.
Thank you to our clerk and all of the senior staff and our technical staff. Couldn't do it without excellent term it's been, and I appreciate all the difficult moments in here, and to my colleagues as well. I think we have a good group here in Etobicoke Centre, and I really appreciate everyone making the community council work. And the staff have my complete and utmost respect for all of your hard work. And as Councillor Nunziata said, all of the things we put you through with all those motions, it's very much appreciated. And I think I can say for myself, I realize a little bit about how hard it is. So great job, everybody. Thank you.
That Etobicoke York Community Council pass and declares bylaws Bill 578, 584, 834, 646 prepared for the June 20, I can't see, it's behind the little thing, 2020 meeting, 33 of the Community Council. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That Etobicoke Community Council pass and declare as bylaws a conformity bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 33 on June 27th, 2022. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'm going to move the motion to adjourn today.
I want to thank Deputy Mayor Councillor Holliday and our chair, of course, that rushed this agenda through today.
It's my job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure.